Okay, we're live. What's up, people, friends, foes? Nobody? There's nobody here. Talking to myself. Or I'm talking to you in the future. Or still nobody. Whatever. Pulled up a couple of videos to react to here. Let's start with our buddy Jake playing Geezer. Let's do that. Geezer. And yes, there's another PETA video to react to. It's not brand new, but we reacted to one the other day. And while I was reacting to that, there was another one on the sidebar called The Satisfying Downfall of PETA. Spoiler alert, PETA is still with us. And this was several months ago that the person made this video. But in any case, we'll react to that idiocy. Okay. Jake Plant Geezer took part in the We the Free massive event with tons of activists. Very, very cool. Let's check it out.
Horrible, isn't it? Nasty. I haven't actually watched it, so what have you seen and how do you feel?
It's sad.
Sad.
Yeah.
What was sad about it? What was the worst thing you saw? I think the raping of the cows, I do.
The carbon dioxide of the pigs.
Gassing of the pigs. Yeah. I've actually been to these gas chambers and did a protest on top of one.
Oh yeah.
And the screams and the smell and I can't even describe it. It's like 100 times worse in real life. Because I'm guessing that you're against like torture for fur and torture for entertainment, food and meat and dairy. I'm guessing you fund. From what you've just seen, how bad would it have to get for you to be like, I don't want to fund these industries? You know, or is that made you think that could be it, or what?
No.
No.
My nan's like her brothers and that were all butchers, so.
You grew up with it.
My dad's a chef, so yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my husband's stopped eating meat; he just eats fish now.
Really?
I bet he doesn't know about the fish that part of the fish.
Well, this is it.
Yeah.
Why did he stop eating meat? Your boyfriend?
One of the Christmas days, he put the turkey and that on his plate, and then he just said, "I'm stopping eating meat."
That's mad, isn't it?
What can we do to stop it?
Well, this is the thing, mate. You know, you've acknowledged what it is. It is just evil. It's pure evil, man. There's no two ways about it. And there's a lot of things in this world that we maybe not going to change overnight.
My name is Sharon Reed DeFlorio.
Sharon, nice to meet you. You've come over from the US, back to your roots.
Yes, I was born in England, but we migrated over to America. I've been there now for a long time.
50 years? Is it? 50 years?
Yes.
You don't look old enough.
I'm well preserved. I take care of myself.
You look like it as well.
Yeah, thank you.
We went to show you this and you said, what is it? And I wouldn't tell you, but then you mentioned you were vegan, so there's no point seeing it.
Yes.
What turned you vegan? Yeah. But it comes from within, so it's just like, I always say to people when they say, it's such a big task, it's like, I don't care if I'm the only one. And you were vegan, so there's like it as well.
Yeah, thank you.
We went to show you this and you said, what is it? And I wouldn't tell you, but then you mentioned you were vegan, so there's no point seeing it.
Vegans age well. She said she's been in America for more than 50 years. She looks like she's about 40.
Yes.
What turned you vegan? Yeah. But it comes from within, so it's just like, I always say to people when they say, you know, it's such a big task, it's like, I don't care if I'm the only one, and there's like 7.9 billion, I'm not doing it, you know what I mean? So it comes from within. It's like, okay, where do you want to stand on it? Like, you've acknowledged that it's terrible and it's cruel and whatever. What was the worst thing you've seen, do you reckon?
On there?
Yeah.
Probably the little chickens getting put into that grinder.
Nuts in it?
The male ones, yeah.
How many people do you think, if you were to serve them eggs,
Yeah.
How many people would say, right, I'm going to take the egg, but I've got to press blend on the male chicks?
Yeah.
I don't think
Many people would do it.
many would do it, and this is what it is. It's black and white for me. It's just like that is.
Yep, you might just order something else off the menu at that point and find out that, oh, ordering something else off the menu was pretty damn easy.
That is bad. It's a no. That's bad. It's a no. Because it's so hidden, obviously, people are just like, fuck it, I'll just eat it. But when you see this, it opens your eyes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's just like, what would you say would be the things stopping you from changing? Is it just habit? Is it?
To be honest, we were well aware from where the food is coming
So
from.
you know,
It's not
yeah,
that you didn't expect that.
Yeah.
You know what is happening behind the scenes.
Yeah. So it's not new to you.
Yeah.
You seem like you've been touched a bit more.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think you'd?
These are good conversations so far, but this is titled Silly Excuses. So far, they've been all productive, though.
You'd think,
I'm like on and off with vegetarianism, so I think that at some point I will go back probably like
Yeah.
completely meat-free.
if you got the help, and someone said, look, this is what to do for a whole week or 2 weeks, do you think you would look into that and be like, right, I'll give it a try, man?
I think that it requires a lot of research because you need to know, like, how to nutrition yourself and like what to eat instead. And also you need to check the levels of the minerals and vitamins in your blood on a regular basis.
Yeah, it's not that hard. Yeah, you just eat a variety of foods and you get everything you need. More often than not.
I think
Do you think they deserve it? So what you've just seen there, do you think that they deserve it, or is it just dogs and cats and horses that don't deserve it, or what?
Yeah, they don't deserve it, do they? They don't deserve it. No animal does.
Well, this is it, and it's all hidden. And I think if this was shown every day to everyone, I think we'd see a vegan world very soon, because you're not nasty people.
What's up, Nilf? Nice to see you.
Remember who you are. You are not the one true savage.
But that is pure evil.
Was that for you, Nilf? We were cruising along. I paused the video to say hello to you, Nilf, and then we get
I don't know
that.
if people. Well, this is it, and it's all hidden. And I think if this was shown every day to everyone, I think we'd see a vegan world very soon, because you're not nasty people.
Remember who you are. You are not the one true savage.
Yeah, Nilf, remember who you are. You are not the one true savage.
But that is pure evil. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
But it's very rare.
Yeah.
Basically, I don't like certain textures, certain tastes, the look, loads of different things about food. So I won't eat any green vegetables.
Yeah.
There's a lot of vegetables and stuff.
I won't eat any green vegetable. So, like, when you were a child, you were like 4 or whatever, or 5, and your mom was like, eat your vegetables. And you were like, no, I will not. You're saying you won that argument for life?
Like that I won't eat, but I'm used to, because I've grown up eating meat, there's a lot of things that I will eat. So like, obviously I will eat all meat, but I won't eat fish.
This might sound a bit thingy, but what is it about,
I
like,
won't eat my vegetables.
slimy, decaying flesh that you do like?
What's up, Jake? Nice to see you. Did you do any live today, Jake?
That part, I don't. So if it was all slimy and everything, no, it's horrible.
And you are not the one true savage.
So as long as I can play ignorant and not think about how the animal was killed or...
So my husband had severe plaque psoriasis, and he's been going to the dermatologist, and they prescribed pharmaceuticals and all those things, or drugs and all things. And people say, just change your diet, cut out meat, cut out dairy, cut out wheat. It's like, right, in order to support him, I did the same. His plaque psoriasis cleared up. So his question was, well, why didn't my doctor tell me this route? And I says, well, you're talking about Big Pharma, right?
Good old Steve in the background. That's crazy. Usually you don't get doctors giving the right advice like that.
They're all about profit. You can heal yourself from within.
So you agree that it's bad, but you're just kind of a hypocrite because you think that I've got to eat this.
well, it's a circle of life as well, isn't it?
It doesn't have to be, though. I mean, I could have a puppy farm for instance, or a kitten farm, and be like, oh, circle of life, fuck them. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? But there's just no need for it. Are you aware that you can live without these products?
That meat.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because there's loads of like vegans
Yeah.
and vegetarians.
Yeah.
Well, don't feel bad if you want to start streaming, Jake. Sometimes I feel bad when I see my buddies streaming because it's like, oh, now we'll split the audience. But, you know, there's so many people doing it that we don't need to worry about that, I think, at this point. So don't feel bad if you feel like streaming.
The supplements like that.
I sometimes do. But then I'm like, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. We're all promoting each other. I think that's the important thing. What's up, Jeffrey? Nice to see you. Jeffrey had on Natalie the other day. That was pretty cool. Natalie Fulton.
Some people have to take a B12, but some people don't. Depends on your absorption and your gut health and things like that. And obviously, you know, just look at bloody Steve there. He gets bare protein and he's bloody twice the size of me. So that ain't an issue. But I just don't like. Obviously, some people get it straight away. They're like, "That is evil," which you've said it is.
Yeah.
But they're like, some people are like, "Okay, I'm not going to fund it." Why do you think that you can watch that and then go, "Oh, I'm just going to let it slide," kind of thing, or don't you? What do you think? In other words, how bad would that have to get for you to go, "Okay, no more cheese. I'm just going to have a vegan cheese," or "No more chicken. I'm just going to have vegan chicken"?
If it was happening to all, because like how you can buy free range stuff and like they're meant to be treated better, like you never normally know. But
well, in this country, 95% of animals are factory farmed, and let's just focus on the 5%. A cow, give it a good life for 2.5 years, a tenth of its natural lifespan, and then shove it on a truck, shove it into a slaughterhouse for them to get the next slice open. It's still the fight is.
Supply and demand, though, don't we?
you need a dose of this.
Yeah, it is. So don't participate.
Time to time, because first time when I met my friends who were vegetarians,
Yeah.
they sent me a lot of videos. I spent like 45 minutes watching, and on the spot I made the decision to be vegetarian. But
Maybe this has brought it back to you, you know. Because if you want to message me, I can help anyone for free. It's easy, man. And
The scale of it is, I mean, obviously there's these multinational corporations and they've got billions and billions and billions. So, I mean, I feel like if I make this drastic, it is a big change to my lifestyle if I'm changing my diet completely. I feel like
Not as much as you think. The bigger change is just how you view other people, in my opinion.
real difference is that going to make when there's hundreds of these big companies that are just not going to listen?
Big transformation in my skin.
whole food plant.
Whole
plants.
food, plant-based. So the plaque psoriasis was so bad that in the mornings it looked like there was a murder scene. There was blood all over the place. Since we've changed over, skin cleared up. He doesn't even need creams or lotions or anything like that.
Incredible.
We don't miss it.
We need it cheaper, don't we? It's fruit and veg
No,
is expensive.
no. A whole food plant-based diet is the cheapest way to live. I've just done a video on my YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
I've just done a video, and I fed a whole family for a week in Ireland for €57. Family of 4. So the facts are there. Like, it is not expensive. It is expensive if you go to McDonald's every day and have a McPlant, but it's not in terms of feeding yourself from supermarkets. So I mean, how bad would it have to get? Like you've seen that there. I'm trying to work out where your line is, because for me it's like raping cows, chopping animals' heads off. Don't want anything to do with it. What would have to happen on that screen for you to go, don't want anything to do with it?
Sounds good, Nil.
I don't know. That's the only answer. I don't know. It's only sad. Like,
Is there any need for it though? Is there any need? Like, for me, it's like the benefit you get. Like, there's a product and you go, right, I'm going to eat that, and the benefit I get is pleasure. It tastes good. And if I was like, well, if I get another kind of pleasure from something else that was cruel and barbaric, that's not justified. But for some reason, it's okay to go, yeah, it's bad, but you know what I mean?
yeah, no.
We need more education.
Well, first of all, I know what you're saying. It's a big fight. It is a big task. I'd just be like, look, I'm joining the revolution. I'm like, fuck that. That is so bad.
Yeah.
I'm not like, there's nothing anyone can say to me to make me fund this again.
Yeah.
It's just like it's kind of like a realization, like a switch in your brain to go. That is like beyond words. That is just, I'm not being part of that. Thousands of edible plants.
That I won't eat because of my mental disability.
Yeah, but you've gone through everything, or is it?
I'm still going through the process of trying to find new things to eat.
Yeah,
What's
focus
the
on that, 'cause-
substitute you think?
Just so long as they're not the healthiest food you can eat, green vegetables.
Well, the first step is to be like, I am not giving
Just
my
make sure you don't eat anything healthy.
money to bullies and people who exploit animals.
Well,
The
I barely
sec-
eat those things anyhow.
yeah, well, the second.
I'm
So
halfway there.
now that you're like, right, I'm not doing that anymore, then it's like, okay, what can I do instead? You can get. I eat soy yogurts.
I eat oat milk.
There you go. You're already there with the dairy.
That's what I said.
You can get a vegan pizza. There's that sorted. Going on to meat, we've got tofu, we've got seitan, we've got all kinds of different whole foods, grains, legumes.
Yeah,
We've got the mock meats.
I do a lot of that.
And the UK is actually the #1 country for not funding that. We don't need to do that anymore.
There are lots of options, to be honest. Yeah.
What about yourself? No, we don't need to do that anymore.
Jim Lettuce over there.
Lots of options, to be honest. Yeah.
What about yourself?
We have started some of the options already.
Yeah. It's
a lot
good.
of that we don't eat, unfortunately.
Yeah. Fortunately. Yeah. So what did you have for breakfast this morning, if you don't mind me asking?
I've not eaten yet today.
What are you going to eat for lunch?
It's right past lunchtime.
So there's 66% done. All you need to do is solve this last 33%. What are you going to eat
But
tonight?
it's going to be a huge meal.
Yeah.
So
That's what I'll do, yeah.
if I can try, I'd go. If anything, if I'm going to try and stick to potatoes,
Yeah.
it'd be 2 or 3 large chips.
Yeah. So chips are vegan.
Why just potatoes?
Done.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we just
You
need
live
to
in London.
get you some protein tonight. What?
Right.
You obviously have steak or chicken or
So obviously, like if I'm going to have meat,
yeah.
obviously I don't know, whatever tickles my fancy when I get to the fridge or the freezer or whatever.
Because you're nearly there, man. You're against bullying when it comes to clothes. You're against exploitation when it comes to cosmetics. I'm guessing that you don't like to see animals suffer for entertainment. So there's that one. So it's literally
it's just find me something that I will eat and change it.
Hold my hand, do everything for me, make it easy for me, because it's all about me. God. Man babies. Fucking man baby right here. Jake, help this man baby learn how to eat food. Hold the fork for him and do the little airplane. Here comes the green vegetable. Do it, Jake. Do it.
Up every single
That'd be a good video, by the way, Jake. I'd watch that. That'd be hilarious.
day, so I've got a different meal each week, every day of the week.
Yeah.
I'll happily become vegan.
Right, so I will do you a 1 week plan. I'll tell you where to go, how much it'll cost, what to eat, when to eat.
We can try, but
He's gonna literally hold your hand for a week. You're gonna get your little baby hand held while this man teaches you how to eat food, you man child.
I'm a pessimist, so I don't have any faith.
Believe in me for 1 week, and I guarantee you're going to like it, man.
It's so good that I'm not the one doing this outreach, because I'm worried that my true self would come out rather than being like, oh, I'll help you. I might be like, the fuck is wrong with you? Take the fork, put it up to your mouth, open your mouth, bite down, chew the food, swallow the food. That's how you eat food.
Because we just feel better.
Yeah.
Within our bodies, we just feel better.
Yeah, and also you're not consuming all the low vibrational fear and all everything that the animals have to go through. It's all energy. You're not now intaking that energy. Your frequency is now higher.
It's funny you should say that, because I worked for a large corporation in America, and we had a leadership conference, and we had a gentleman who only ate whole fruits. And I asked him, what was that about? And he said, when the way they slaughter animals, they feel the pain and you're ingesting that.
Yeah.
So, and I never thought about that.
Yeah.
It's so funny because the woman who convinced me to watch Earthlings also said that. And I also didn't think about that. I also don't believe it, like that you get energy transfer, but it was the gateway to me thinking, oh yeah, the animal's thinking, feeling, that sort of thing. Maybe it's true. I don't know. Who knows?
I never thought about
No one does. It's
Yeah.
actually something no one ever mentions. There is no, mate, there's no need to exploit and bully animals, man. It's like, you know, I understand some things you don't like, and I'm the same. I don't like a lot of things, but when I see that, man, I will, mate, if I could live on oxygen and not do that, I would. You know what I mean? It's that bad.
I'll be looking into it.
How bad is that out of 10, man? That is a 10 out of 10 solid evil, isn't it?
Yeah, no, especially with, obviously, I've always known male chickens get... Why couldn't they leave the male chickens alive to impregnate the female chickens? It's the same with like greyhounds when they can't race no more.
What would you say if, like, you know, most people...
They do leave a few of the male chickens alive for that reason. Yeah. Why not, if you knew that already, why not read up on it? I had no idea about that kind of stuff.
With vegans, like, let's just say you look around today and you got like what, 2 million people in Birmingham. Most of them are vegan.
Yeah.
What would you
Am I
say?
being too hard on that guy? Probably. You tell yourself, be nice, be nice, be nice. You're good at it, Jake. You're actually you're very good at it, because I've watched you have some very frustrating conversations. And I mean, I'd try to hang in there too, but I feel like I'd be worse at it. I remember, like, one of my most heated conversations doing street outreach was with this guy who walked up. We were doing a dairy thing, and we were giving away like plant-based cheese and all that kind of. And this guy walked up, like, basically, I don't want to be dismissive, but he was kind of like a fake Buddhist, and he tried to use all these arguments about how it's kinder to take from the animal because they're offering that to us. And this guy's arguing from the perspective of Buddhism. Oh man. I was lucky because I had one of those nice calm activists right there. So I was like getting like, I was ready to just say fuck off. And I kind of was with my body language and my tone. But luckily I had a nice calm activist there to give him a nice landing. Nice runway to come down from. Jake brought you here. Which Jake? Jake Lagatere or Jake, aka Plant Geezer?
And like, obviously, you've said that obviously you're such a minority, and you're like, how can I make a difference? But would you be more inclined to change because it's the majority?
Well, I don't know. I think another reason for me is the cost. I feel it's more expensive. Is that a common misconception?
It is, mate. I've just made a video on this. Have you got YouTube?
I'll give you a subscribe and I'll go and watch your stuff.
Yeah, man. Drop me a message on there. I appreciate that, man. And
he was cool. I like how he said, "Is that a common misconception?" Like he questioned it right off the bat.
Yeah, like I said, I like an open-minded chat because a lot of people they defend themselves and it's like, I don't care, but you blatantly do, man. Appreciate it, thank you. Say, man. See ya.
That was worthy of a handshake.
I believe
there.
in spirituality and stuff, and I think that energy has got a big part to play with the mysteries of the universe or whatever you want to call it. And without having that, which you're doing and your family, it's great to see. And I'm glad your husband has made a recovery.
Yes, thank you so much. There's so
nice. I got the Jake bump, eh? Got the Jake bump. Thanks for being here, Ben. Yep, Plant Geezer is also Jake. So it's like Jake squared.
much education that I got from like Netflix and movies like Fat, Sick and Nearly Dead and Knife Over Fork, and when you see those things and you realize even when they say farm raised fish, have you seen the conditions? It's like, are you kidding me? So yeah.
There's definitely no need to show you the 3-minute challenge, then, is there? So I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
She's cool. So if y'all weren't here early in the stream or this video, I mean, first, I mean, not to focus on people's appearance, but look at her. She said that she had migrated to America and has been there more than 50 years. What age would you have pegged her at? I would have said definitely 40s, definitely the low 40s. Anyway. All right, here's that video. Make sure y'all go sub to Plant Geezer. The other Jake. Okay, let's hold off on PETA for now while we're still in a decent mood. And let's take a look at this one. This one came across my feed the other day. And I haven't watched it. I watched about 2 minutes of it. And then I said, let's just react to it on stream. So this is Chris Hines. But this is actually Vegan Gaze's channel, her second channel, Salads. Let me just put both of those in there. Yeah, there it is. Salads. Good old Vegan Gaze. Chris Hines. Salads. Yeah, I mean, she looks good. All right. Chris Hines. Awesome activist. Up against these two clowns on the Crucible. Now, I've watched a lot of Crucible debates now. I will give them credit for generally keeping the debates relatively professional and cordial and structured. He's usually the one doing it. I mean, moderating. I don't know if this is a role reversal thing where this guy who's really bad, really bad at debating veganism is now moderating this debate with Andrew. Now, Andrew is also bad, but not quite as bad. All right. Let's watch our moods subtly shift over time. Because that last video was actually, despite the name, a lot of excuses. It was only that one guy who didn't eat green vegetables. And you can see what that does to your brain. You eat your greens, guys. Eat your greens.
Of the debate, so apologies if this was I missed the beginning of the debate, so apologies if this was brought up already, Andrew. But did you name the trait? What is the trait difference that means you can own a dog and kill them at will, but you can't do that to a human? I'm sorry, I can't actually hear you.
You're muted, Andrew.
Yeah.
Why ask me such a question when you yourself believe there is a trait if you value human life above animal life?
Well,
why does it matter? Let's see. Why, let me again learn how to speak before I start speaking, formulate my thoughts. Why could he not ask the question regardless of his views? Andrew?
The thing is, I value the fact that we're sentient and animals are sentient, and therefore
nice,
I wouldn't want my sentience removed. So it'd be hypocritical.
Yeah, do you value human life above animal life or not?
Not necessarily. I believe there is a sentience hierarchy. So obviously, I don't value myself.
What's up, Jason and Brett? Welcome to the stream, guys. How's your day been going?
The same as, say, an ant.
So then let me ask you a question.
Sure, go for it.
If somebody murdered an animal and somebody murdered a human, should they get the same penalty?
Depends on what the animal is. It depends on what the situation was.
It's the same crime under the same circumstances, just some premeditated murder.
Okay, so what? So actually, we'll go back to what you said before. So it was like a dog and a human, right? Is that what you?
Sure.
Seen before? Okay.
Doesn't matter what it is. A fucking cat.
Well, yeah, I mean, if there was
what about your
literally-
pet hamster? Like your pet hamster, somebody comes in and like
Well, I don't believe in the pet
stabs
trade,
to
no.
death your pet hamster.
Yeah, if there's absolutely no reason, then why should there be any difference in punishment, really?
Well, that's my question. So you don't.
Yeah, well,
believe that there
I'd
should
say.
be- So then
I would say if
people
there's
should go to
literally no
prison for
reason,
life for killing their hamster.
I'd say if there's literally zero reason someone's doing it, like literally, it could be completely avoided, then yeah, why shouldn't there be a difference? Why should there be a difference in?
So you have
in
zero
punishment?
delineation between the morality of a human being, your moral preference to a human being.
So he asked you the question, Andrew. So why couldn't you just answer his question? I mean, the appropriate thing to do would have been first answer his question and then say, now I have a question for you. But you knew where it led, didn't you? I feel like I've seen him try this tactic before too. About asking about what should the punishment for animal cruelty be?
And your preference of an animal. I just want to make sure I get this right, and then I'll.
Well, I would say as far as if there should be, the level of punishment. And again, it would depend on the animal and depend on the situation. If you're just going up and just wantonly,
oh, that's cool. A Chevy Volt.
Going to equalize them. However you want to equalize them, it's irrelevant to me.
Okay,
like, whatever the equalization mechanism is, somebody premeditated to come in and stab your fucking hamster to death, and he did. And he cut its throat, and it was barbaric, and he chopped its fucking head off. If they did that to your wife, do you consider it equal?
Well, the thing is, it'll be different because
somebody else's wife.
I have a species bias.
Somebody else's wife.
Right, with someone else's wife, it doesn't matter. I have a species bias, and I will
So you
admit
do
that,
value
because
humans above animals. So what is the
yeah,
trait
because
that
I
makes-
have a species bias, but that
So
doesn't
what
mean
is- so
that
the
doesn't make the killing of the animal moral, though, does
So
it?
the trait-
what's the difference? You
Well,
haven't
wait,
actually you haven't answered my question yet. You do realize that, right?
You just gave it to me. You just said that the delineation is biased, right?
Yeah, but you haven't answered my question.
No, he just said that he has a bias, which kind of makes his, answering of that question. He actually answered it kind of perfectly. I mean, in my opinion, in admitting just basically that, yeah, maybe I would have a bias, but it wouldn't make killing that animal any more moral.
Question. So what is?
Only need to answer your question with your own answer, which
So,
is
so it's purely biased.
Whatever your
Well, can you clarify for me then? The trait is bias. Is that right? I asked a question first. Remember,
I'm trying.
So his question, though, was, what is the trait of the animal? Not the trait that you possess in looking at the subject. It always goes off the rails.
Trying to answer this. What I'm saying is that any criticism in which you levy for name the trait, if you value humans above animals, I can levy the same criticism back at you. I need you to understand that. But now to get to my specific trait delineation.
JK, indeed they do. Indeed they do. Unfortunately, a lot of liberals do that as well. But yes, these conservatives do that. Just complete avoidance of the topic.
Would be
despite agreeing to debate it.
Metaphysical experience. Being able to have some type of metaphysical experience would be the delineation. In other words, animals can't use the laws of logic. But assuming
animals can use the laws of logic, they are logical all the time. And right now, you're not being logical. So if that's the circuit breaker, or to use your word, the point of delineation, then I guess you're fair game, Andrew.
One could, and you can demonstrate that, then I would say we should not eat that animal or that alien species or whatever the fuck it was.
Well, there are humans that can't do that as well, so they're okay.
Nate, explain again when we're talking about I value the species that can have such experiences. That's the same exact thing that you would say.
This guy, by the way, I mean, he can't debate without chain smoking. It's the only way that he can get through it.
Hey, with sentience, yes.
Okay,
That
so
you hang on.
so you're
That
saying,
you
oh,
hang
so,
on,
so
hang
you're
on,
saying
hang,
as-
dude. You don't need to ask me what I'm saying. Just listen, and you'll hear what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying to you specifically is that you value this trait, of which is sentience. I don't value that trait. Instead, I value the trait.
That's probably because you eat your vegetables there, Nilf.
Metaphysical experience. The sentience is irrelevant to me.
But you were saying, so if that's within the normality of the species, correct? So if the normality of the species is metaphysical, okay.
Yes,
So
that's
if 51% of the human race do not have that, is it okay now to kill the other 49% because the majority of the people don't have that experience? Because that would be the normality of the species.
So again, when we're talking about this, how would that be a normal?
Just answer the question.
See, when you're talking about absurd hypotheticals, do you yourself believe that could ever be mapped onto reality?
Well, yeah, just say, for example, you, for some reason...
Yes, it can. The vast majority of people don't act rationally or logically, hence this 2v1 debate over veganism. I guess he's not really part. I don't know. Maybe he's moderating. Who knows? The vast majority of people act outside of their best interests. That's not very logical, is it?
51% of the population became completely, mentally ill in some way. 1% of the population became completely.
Our boy Zen looking for a wasp to kill.
Completely,
he put that on the
mentally ill
screen
in some way, where they literally couldn't understand what was going on
Logic?
around them.
Would the laws of logic then go away?
Well, no, the logic wouldn't go away,
Then
but they wouldn't understand it. They wouldn't
hang
understand
on.
logic.
If it doesn't matter if they understand it, right? They're
Why?
the only things capable of having a metaphysical experience. Therefore,
Yeah,
I
but
value
they're
them
not.
as a species. Yes, they are.
How the fuck do you know that, Andrew? God, I hate these fucking people. I hate people so much.
There's
you don't fucking know that. I doubt you could even define what you're talking about.
Creature, name a creature that can follow the laws of logic. Go ahead. I'll wait.
All of them? Like all of them? Dumbass.
No, but it does, I don't think that's irrelevant. Whether some can.
I don't care if you think it's irrelevant. You asked me what
all animals act logically. What are you talking about? It's us that don't act logically. Us. Andrew, you are not being logical. You're being very illogical.
You could just say, okay, if one goldfish can understand logic, therefore the entire goldfish species now is protected because one.
That's right. So name the species. Name the species.
Ridiculous.
Are you going to name the species? Why? Then give an argument for why.
Why don't you name the trait and then wait? Did he? I can't even follow this fucking guy. Okay, just start listing animals, Chris.
Why? Because the rest of the species, the majority of that would be a one-off situation. That would be a complete anomaly.
Tell me why.
Maybe I have a different definition of logical than Andrew, but I see animals acting logically all the time. Like, what do you mean? So there's squirrels outside right where I am. They gather up the nuts for the winter, right? Isn't that what squirrels do? That's very logical. They know that the winter's coming. They're going to need to prepare. And so they gather up all their food. Is that not logical?
It's wrong for me to value it.
Do I just operate under different definitions than other people? Maybe that's the problem. I know, like, they make decisions all the time based on logic and reason. Right, Brian? I hate them. I hate them so much. And this stream isn't going to help, unfortunately, because we're going to react to a PETA hit piece, which is going to make us hate the world even more, probably. Same, Mobius. It's actually getting acutely worse for me too. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in a bit of a spell right now. Disney and animatronics and cartoons for why people believe animals are things instead of someone's. I blame the animal ag industry more than anybody else. They're the ones like pushing out the shit. Disney, I mean, actually, you could argue Disney's actually, in some cases, done the opposite, like with Bambi, right? Cruella de Vil. I mean, a lot of times the villains are animal abusers, but it's too much of a children's story for people to like grasp it and hold on to it throughout their life, I suppose. I don't really know how to explain it. Certain comfort knowing we're not alone. Yeah, I know. We at least have that, right? At least all of us can hate the world together. Yeah. My dog chased a spider under the washing machine. Then she put her head in the washer to see if she could see it. Of course, she could not. But the logic was right. It is slave owner logic.
Why it's wrong for you to value it?
Yes.
Because
Why is it wrong for me to value it? You can't, right?
No, the
it's
reason
your
is
same argument levied at you, you damned fool. Why don't you get it? It's your
No,
argument with
Andrew.
a different criteria, which is why you're struggling with it.
you're not letting me actually.
Usually, I haven't usually seen Andrew like resort to like name calling. Not that you damn fool is that bad or anything, but he's been talking over Chris this whole time, refusing to answer questions. I see these people debating where they're just trying to dominate the whole conversation. I'm asking the questions, you're answering the questions. You can do both. But look at all the stress smoking he's doing.
Question.
Answer.
Okay, so the reason that would be kind of absurd to do is because, like I said, you could literally go around with a magic wand and just go, right, you've got this, and then suddenly a whole species is protected, even though the rest of them are completely mentally deranged. They don't understand anything.
Yeah, I'm with you, Neil.
Oh, really?
Whatsoever.
So if 51% of humanity could not experience sentience, would it be okay to kill them?
It would be okay to kill the 51% that weren't sentient.
That's a fucking lunatic, man.
What do you mean? They're not experiencing anything. In your scenario, they're not sentient. This is the Christianity thing, I think. These guys are like, these are basically Christian nationalists. And that's the only way I can explain this like disconnect. I won't even try to. I don't need to do that.
No, why would that be lunacy? If they're not sentient, hold on. If they're not sentient, why is it lunacy to kill something which you can't really do because they're not sentient?
Within your personal worldview, where that's what you value, you wouldn't consider it lunacy.
So you think it's immoral to kill insentient beings?
From my worldview, you're not allowed to kill humans at all.
No, wait. Can I get a clarification?
You're not allowed. He uses the word allowed. Oh man, people like are living their lives thinking that there's a set of rules that you have to follow from. Never mind. I'm not going to do it. I'm not.
Do you think
I'm
it's immoral to kill insentient beings?
Well, I don't understand. I don't understand.
Well,
the
you don't.
question.
I was just saying that there's all these insentient humans, and you asked me whether it was moral to kill them, and I said, well, they're not sentient, so there would be no moral issue. So therefore, you must
That's not what I
value
asked. That's not what I
non-sentience,
asked.
right? Okay, can you clarify that?
Okay, so my criticism here is that your levy against me is that if 51% of humanity could not experience any type of metaphysical standard, would the same thing apply to sentience?
What do you mean?
Well, how else can I phrase that? Would the same thing apply to sentience under the criticism of your worldview?
I only value the beings that are sentient, not the species as a whole.
Not the species as a whole. Well, that's our delineation point.
So
I value the only species that is capable of it is what my.
You don't think for yourself, Andrew. That's the issue. You see, you were taught a certain way when you were a kid, and you didn't do any critical thinking. Which is ironic because now you run a channel that is like based around debating. And he's had loads of debates with vegans at this point, by the way. It's like, it's been a lot.
Preference and value.
So if there was like a rock, to say, as an example, a rock that became sentient, I would value the rock because it's got sentient, but the rest of the rocks.
Sure. And if you could demonstrate that the rock could have metaphysical experiences, I would then value the rock.
Yeah, but the way you said it is you would value.
I would really love for him to define metaphysical, because I think it's just a word that he came across and he thought sounded good. And he thought this loosely applies to what I'm saying here. A little after the fact advice, Chris. Make him define the words that he's using. Define metaphysical. Let's just first see if you know what you mean.
The one rock having the metaphysical experience, and then you would assign that moral value to the rest of the rocks.
Sure. What's wrong with that?
You know, when you ask people to like define the words that they use, a lot of times they can't. They can't do it. Why is it so hard to understand that if you're a someone, you deserve moral? I don't know why. I don't know why, Nil. That's why I'm losing more and more faith. What about brain dead humans? Wouldn't his argument imply pulling the plug would be like letting a conscious, healthy person die by neglect? Whose argument? Well, he believes that would be morally wrong. I think to his credit, at least, we're talking about Andrew. I believe he's consistent with that. So, yeah, I mean, he would say, no, you have to keep this person alive forever.
Demonstrate that one of those animals. Why would
actually? I shouldn't say that. I don't know that. I don't know enough about him, but that's my guess.
Why would there be a problem with doing that?
Because that's like me saying, okay, well, I am sentient. Everything around me is made of the same carbon and space dust. Therefore, I might as well assign sentience to every single thing on Earth.
What would be problematic with that?
Because they're not sentient.
Well, then, let me back up here.
And the metaphysical things aren't metaphysical. They don't understand the metaphysical because they're not. They can't.
Well, hang on. Let's assume first.
I think actually, Chris could have challenged him to define sentience as well, because I bet you he wouldn't give a very accurate definition of sentience either.
You get that right?
Yeah, I get it. I understand what you're saying, but so what? All that matters is what my preference is. There's no justification that you have that's superior to my own. If there is, then name it. Name what the justification is that you think.
Well, then why did you choose to debate? If your whole purpose of this debate is just to say, doesn't matter, then why are you here debating it?
think it's preferable to mine.
Okay, so you think, so you're saying that morals are just based down to preference. We can just, whatever we
I'm saying in
preference
your
is
worldview
fine.
they are, yeah.
So what are they in your worldview?
In my worldview, you are a degenerate unless you're a follower of Jesus Christ. A degenerate meaning without morals.
Right, okay. So you're basically
Wait, sorry, let me hear that again.
In my worldview, you are a degenerate unless you're a follower of Jesus Christ.
You're a degenerate unless you're a follower of Jesus Christ. Right. Okay. Right. And Jesus Christ approves of all the murdering of the animals. Yeah. That sounds right in line with the story to me.
Meaning without morals.
Right, okay. So you're basically saying that I can't have morals because I'm not a follower of Jesus Christ, right?
Yeah.
Is that the gist of it?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get clarification.
You have no grounding for your morality.
I actually think that people like this are kind of scary, and I wouldn't debate. In fact, fuck this. Like, I'm gonna turn this off because these guys are actually kind of fascists, and I don't want to platform them. So let's move on to the PETA video, which is going to be equally stupid, but fuck those guys. Yeah, I don't think vegans should show up on that channel. That's my opinion. Don't entertain them. They are basically like Christian fascists. What's up, Felix? Okay, let me turn. But good job, Chris. I mean, you know, obviously a good job for trying to speak out for the animals. And I will link to the video at least, because it's not their video, it is it's Elle's video. And you should sub to Elle's channel, obviously, and Chris Hines, and follow him. Felix, you had a good day? How are you doing?
Insane vegans, the champions of animal rights, right? Well, actually, no. They're Virginia. PETA, the most insane vegans, the champions of animal rights, right?
Insane vegans. Those insane lunatics at PETA. I was brave. I had someone from PETA on fairly recently. I had Alka on. That was I took a big risk. Somehow her eyes didn't go red during our interview. She just came across very normal, which is just what a demon would want you to believe.
Well, actually, no. Their Virginia shelter unalives healthy cats and dogs daily.
We've done this. We've heard this.
Extreme marketing tactics towards kids ignite outrage. They sued to free orca slaves, bankrolled eco-arsonists, and paid up after snatching a child's chihuahua, only to euthanize.
I'm not sure if they removed it or not. I did see it, though. And yes, he did. Yeah, I agree, Brett. There will be people. I mean, okay. Maybe I shouldn't say that vegans shouldn't go on there. But I think that those guys are kind of like, I don't know. I think they sort of epitomize like the normalization of weird ideologies, including fascism. So, yeah, at least they're not going to get more airtime today.
Her within hours. Today, we rip off the mask and expose.
That'll show them. My tiny channel will not platform them anymore. Take that, Crucible.
The hypocrisy. Welcome to the downfall of PETA. But quickly before.
Spoiler alert, PETA is still with us.
Before we get into all the atrocities that PETA have done over the years, if you guys could please leave a comment down below saying hello. It helps boost the algorithm so this video gets pushed so more people see it and see PETA for who they really are, and I'll reply to every single one of you. In the fall of 2014, a family in rural Virginia experienced a pet owner's worst nightmare. Two women affiliated with PETA, People for...
Look at this weird thing he's drawn. Or created. I don't know. Probably not. Yeah, we've heard this story in the last PETA hit piece. What happened was a terrible mistake. And it's not really defensible, but it doesn't reflect the entire organization.
The ethical treatment of animals, pulled up to a mobile home park and took a little girl's chihuahua named Maya right off the family's porch. The dog, a Christmas gift to 9-year-old Cynthia, was healthy and friendly, not a stray in need of rescue. Yet, within hours, Maya was dead, euthanized that very same day by PETA staff.
Norfolk-based PETA will be facing a lawsuit over the death of a dog taken from the Eastern Shore. 2 years ago, two PETA workers took...
Change the playback speed here.
And euthanized a dog from a porch in Accomack County. PETA called the incident a mistake.
They later sued PETA, alleging that Maya's fate was not an isolated mistake, but part of a broader PETA policy of routinely killing pets, even healthy ones, based on the extreme belief that pet ownership is a form of involuntary bondage. PETA quickly apologized and paid the family a $49.
PETA does have the belief that pet ownership may be unethical in many cases. Again, like PETA is not like a one person, but it's not like a monolith. Like there's tons of people who work at PETA and they're going to have varying differences on what they believe about pet ownership. I believe pet ownership is immoral. I mean, and at the same time, my family and friends take part in it, and I don't believe they're being immoral. I believe that the very concept of owning animals is immoral. Yet we have all these animals out there who do need homes. So philosophically, I believe pet ownership is immoral. In practice, I don't believe it's immoral because we have this problem. All these animals need these homes. And this is part of the reason why PETA does euthanize animals, is because they don't have homes and they don't have anywhere to go. Let me, it was Doggo left a good comment to help explain this situation on one of my videos, my last PETA react. Let me see if I can find it. Might be this one. Let me see. Yeah, it's this one. I'm just going to read what. Where's the comments? Where is it? Okay, yeah, here it is. Just going to read what Doggo said. PETA just has the one shelter in Virginia, to my knowledge. They're providing a public service to an area that needs it. The other overburdened state-funded shelters in the state euthanize animals. If you take PETA out of that equation, it just puts more pressure on them. Poverty and large quantities of stray animals go hand in hand. The animal control services are stretched thin or non-existent in some parts of Virginia. You can pull all of this data up yourself and look at it, then remove PETA from that equation, and it doesn't help anyone, especially the animals. It would just cause more animals to be roaming at large and the shelters to be even more crowded. PETA isn't playing the shelter politics game and actually addressing the issue. Euthanasia isn't the problem, pet overpopulation is. PETA is very transparent about why they euthanize. They also offer end-of-life services to people's sick and elderly pets. So like if you are poor and can't afford to euthanize your dog, they will do it. Most shelters won't do that. If you want a state-funded shelter, to do that, you have to surrender the animal. And if they are your sick, beloved family member, you don't want to do that. Having worked in shelters and knowing this issue so closely, the way PETA operates, its shelter makes perfect sense. And it's not like they just euthanize, they also spay and neuter like 20 times more animals every year. It's something like for every 1,000 they kill, they spay and neuter like 20,000. It's been a while since I looked at the numbers, but I don't think I'm far off. And it's very consistent from year to year. So anyway, Doggo knows a lot about the issue. It's our friend Doggo. There is no one vegan stance on everything, but spaying and neutering is obviously needed, in my opinion. They only kill animals that no one will look after. We need reverse media. Yeah. What's up, Alicia? Yeah.
$1,000 settlement to avoid a public trial. But by then, the incident had shone a harsh spotlight on the darker side of an organization long famed for championing animal rights. For years, critics had accused PETA of betraying its stated mission, citing disturbing euthanasia statistics, offensive PR campaigns, legal stunts, and alleged hypocrisy in its ranks.
So, okay, so I knew this was going to happen with this video because they did it the same with the last video. So if you want to make some argument about the euthanasia policies of PETA, that's one video. But now you're lumping in, the stuff that they do that are like headline grabbing demonstrations. And it's a sinister way of painting a picture of like this unhinged group where actually, no, these are good things that they're doing, obviously. They're disrupting the system, which is what I want from an organization fighting for animals.
Dog lab, shut it down. Shut the dog lab down now. Shut the dog lab down now. Shut the dog lab.
So argue against her position. Shut the dog lab down now. Can you argue against that? Or are you just going to make a lazy video?
Down now. Look at the picture. Look at the picture.
Now, with Maya's story making headlines, many began to wonder if PETA
Oh, of course he didn't. Of course he didn't say, oh, maybe they should have shut that dog lab down, just like that activist said. No, you couldn't do that, could you? Because this is a PETA hit piece.
Most prominent animal rights group had lost its way. PETA operates an animal shelter at its Norfolk, Virginia headquarters, but unlike a traditional shelter focused on adoptions, this one became notorious for its staggeringly high euthanasia rate. Year after year, the vast majority of cats and dogs that entered PETA's shelter were put to death, not placed in loving homes. Even PETA's own reported numbers.
This motherfucker bleeped out the word death.
Confirm
so that he could get ad
troubling
revenue.
reality.
Bleeped out the word death.
In 2011, PETA itself
fucking pussy
acknowledged euthanizing about 95% of the animals in its care. A state report from 2014 showed that of 3,017 animals.
During I did have to put on the nudity filter on Cyberpunk, but in my defense, I got a warning. Guys, so I had to do it. Daphne. What a badass Daphne is.
Animals PETA took in that year, 2,455 were euthanized, an 81% rate. To put that in perspective, a Richmond area SPCA shelter reported taking in even more animals, around 3,700 that year, many of them elderly, sick, or difficult cases, yet said it found a home for every one of them. Robin Starr of the Richmond SPCE called PETA's operation deeply disturbing, arguing that an organization with PETA's wealth should be healing and rehoming these animals, not exterminating them. PETA defends its actions by claiming it runs a shelter of last resort. The group says it often accepts animals that no one else will, such as those who are very old, sick, aggressive, or feral. In PETA's view, euthanasia can be a form of mercy, a humane end to an animal who might otherwise suffer. A PETA senior VP, Daphne Nashminovich, even stated unapologetically, "We're never going to be the folks who turn animals away. If you saw those animals, there would be nothing controversial about it." According to PETA, many pets they receive are brought in by desperate low-income owners who can't afford vet care for a critically ill animal. In other words, PETA argues that it is
it's so funny too, like the we're gonna play the creepy music, and then I just wanna I'm sorry to go back, but
hard case. PETA can be those who are
he played
arguing.
this.
Robin Starr of the Richmond SPC.
He played this quote from Daphne. She said unapologetically, "We'll never turn away animals." That's a good statement. But he's got this creepy music playing underneath.
Called PETA's
so
operation
cringe.
deeply disturbing. Arguing.
Hang on, let me see. How many people have watched this hit piece now? 523,000 subscribers for this douchebag. 669,000 views. Well, you gave PETA some more attention.
That an organization with PETA's wealth should be healing and rehoming these animals, not exterminating them. PETA defends its actions by claiming it runs a shelter of last resort. The group says it often accepts animals that no one else will, such as those who are very old, sick, aggressive, or feral. In PETA's view, euthanasia can be a form of mercy, a humane end to an animal who might otherwise suffer.
In PETA's view? In a lot of people's views. What are you talking about? Like, how many people do I know in my life who have had to take their sick, dying animals to the vet to have them euthanized?
To senior VP Daphne Nashminovich even stated unapologetically, "We're never going to be the folks who turn animals away. If you saw those animals, there would be nothing controversial about it." According to PETA, many pets they receive are brought in by desperate low-income owners who can't afford vet care for a critically ill animal. In other words, PETA argues that it is taking on the hard cases and doing what other shelters won't. But the numbers tell a different story, and many animal lovers, including other animal rights activists.
Ablaze? Is that who we're watching?
Activists aren't convinced by PETA's justifications. Internal documents and whistleblower accounts suggest that healthy, adoptable animals have also been routinely killed. In the wake of the Maya the Chihuahua case, a former PETA employee
was killed the word you were looking for?
Came forward to call the group deceptive. She alleged that PETA would pick up animals from shelters by promising to find them good homes, but then almost immediately euthanize them instead. In one earlier incident in 2005, PETA workers were caught loading dogs and cats into a van, killing them and dumping their bodies in a supermarket dumpster.
Involving a dog that was found in a garbage bag on the side of a road in Grand Bay. The dog, which was named Chance, was still alive when local residents rescued him, but he later had to be put down due to his injuries. A local resident shared a video of Chance in the garbage bag, sparking outrage among people on social media.
Local police in North Carolina, after finding bags of dead pets tossed like trash, charged 2 PETA employees with 31 felony counts of animal cruelty. Officers discovered
31 counts of animal cruelty against what sounds maybe deserved. I have no idea this situation. Obviously, this guy has an agenda, but 31 counts. That's like way more counts of animal cruelty than I remember seeing on any factory farmer, slaughterhouse worker. Yeah, even the people caught in undercover investigations. 31 counts? I don't see that very often.
Animal carcasses in the dumpster and 13 more in the PETA van. Animals that had been perfectly alive just hours before, taken from various shelters under the pretext of adoption. PETA's president Ingrid Newkirk admitted those pets were indeed picked up to be euthanized at PETA headquarters. The accused employees were eventually acquitted in court on cruelty charges, but the grim revelations permanently stained PETA's.
Hang on. Now, I am not one to just believe carte blanche, like anything that a court has said, but they're typically not very favorable to animal rights people, in my experience, and they were acquitted.
Court on cruelty charges, but the grim revelations.
So are you maybe kind of full of shit? Are you maybe just making shit up?
permanently stained PETA's reputation.
I don't know.
Public
I don't know
outrage
this incident.
at PETA's kill first approach reached a crescendo after Maya's story went public. The Virginia General Assembly took notice, and in 2015, lawmakers passed Senate Bill 1381 in direct response to PETA's practices. This law, widely seen as a rebuke to PETA, now requires private shelters in Virginia to operate for the purpose of finding adoptive homes for animals, not just euthanizing them. Robin Starr praised the bill, saying it would force shelters to operate with integrity and prioritize life-saving over killing. PETA, however, opposed the legislation, and despite the public outcry and new law, has continued its high euthanasia rate. In the 2014 Chihuahua case, yet critics note that PETA's shelter still reported euthanizing more than 1,400 out of about 2,000 animals in 2016, roughly 70%, which remains astronomically higher than most shelters.
PETA, the often controversial animal rights group, is raising eyebrows again, and this is not about getting you to go veg or ditch your leather boots.
Not at all. According to records, PETA's animal shelter in Norfolk killed nearly 90% of its animals last year, saying they were unadoptable. But how hard did they try to save them?
To animal advocates in the no-kill movement, PETA's name has become bitterly ironic. They see an organization in the no-kill movement. PETA's name has.
But how hard did they try to save them?
To animal advocates in the no-kill.
Pretty sure that's Wayne.
Movement, PETA's name has become bitterly ironic. They see an organization ostensibly dedicated to animal welfare acting like the Grim Reaper of shelter pets. PETA's aggressive actions have often landed it in courtrooms and legal hot water. We've already seen how the organization was forced to defend itself after euthanizing Maya the Chihuahua. In that case, PETA narrowly avoided a public trial in which its own employees, past and present, were set to testify about the group's euthanasia policies. The settlement kept those potentially damning testimonies out of the public record. But PETA has been entangled in other legal battles that further tarnished its image. One notorious episode occurred in 2012 when PETA took the unprecedented step of naming 5 orca whales as plaintiffs in a lawsuit against SeaWorld.
New at 4, PETA filing a complaint against SeaWorld San Diego after receiving cell phone footage from a visitor they say shows an orca after it was attacked by other orcas Friday.
PETA argued that these captive whales were essentially slaves and that SeaWorld was violating the 13th Amendment.
Wait. This is one of those issues where I feel like the public largely agrees with the animal activists. Are you about to defend SeaWorld right now?
Of the U.S. Constitution.
Can killer whales sue SeaWorld, charging them with enslavement? A groundbreaking lawsuit by PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, says animals should be protected by the Constitution. And PETA is suing on behalf of five orcas.
This is Jane. It'd be cool if she was still... Was she with Headline News?
The amendment that abolished human slavery, the case Tillicum vs. SeaWorld, was the first time an animal rights group tried to extend constitutional rights to animals in court. Legal experts, however, almost universally derided the case as frivolous and offensive.
Frivolous and offensive. That we would extend rights to animals? Oh, man. Yeah, sure, buddy. Yeah. The hit piece was going okay so far, like, up to this point. I'm sure a lot of people were on board with you, with your slanted, telling of the story. Now you're defending SeaWorld. Well done.
Federal judge promptly threw out the lawsuit, bluntly ruling that the 13th Amendment applies only to persons, not to non-persons such as orcas. In
Yeah, and that's ridiculous.
his decision, Judge Jeffrey Miller wrote that both historic and contemporary sources reveal that the term slavery refers only to persons.
And they used to call Black people not persons, right? Okay.
Professor David Steinberg went further, calling PETA's comparison of performing whales to human slaves demeaning to the integrity and humanity
of this guy. It was demeaning to the integrity and humanity of those who actually endured being locked in cages and forced to perform. Oh, wait. I just read a book that described how we used to do that to people. Yeah, that's right. They used to put black people in cages and put them on display. And this was going on as early as the 1900s. So, yeah. It sounds awfully similar to what we do to animals, Mr. Mustache Guy. I don't see much of a difference. It sounds to me like the people were in the cage on display, kind of like the animals were in a cage on display. Yeah. Ugh, ugh, oh, God. We're so dead. We're so, as a species, we're just so done. And good riddance.
Of people who were owned as slaves. Even some supporters of animal welfare cringed at the tone deafness of this legal stunt. SeaWorld's attorneys and many in the media dismissed PETA's lawsuit as a mere publicity grab.
Good job, PETA. PETA, I will always have your back.
One that ultimately trivialized human suffering without doing anything concrete for animals.
Imagine being such a powder puff that you got butthurt that PETA tried to extend rights to animals in court, and you call yourself part of this movement? There's the door. See your way out.
A similarly ill-fated legal crusade took place in 2015 when PETA involved itself in the famous monkey selfie case. The group sued on behalf of a wild-crested macaque monkey named Naruto.
The wildlife photographer whose camera captured this toothy grin is fighting a lawsuit by animal rights group PETA on behalf of Naruto, which it claims is the simian shutterbug who picked up David J. Slater's camera and snapped the selfies.
Claiming the monkey held the copyright to a selfie photograph he had snapped with a nature photographer's camera.
PETA says any proceeds from the book or sales of the image should be turned over to benefit the monkey.
Yeah, I love PETA. I love PETA so much. They're not perfect. They will not be 100% on everything. Sure. We don't agree on everything. My last stream, we were all disagreeing. We were at each other's throats. But you know what didn't happen? What didn't happen? I don't know. We didn't lose friendships, is what I'm saying. My sub count didn't go down. How about that? Let's look at the bright sides. It's illegal, Brett? Is it?
According to Slater's lawyers, that's, well, bananas.
PETA essentially attempted to become the next friend, representing the monkey in court. This unusual case was widely ridiculed, and after a protracted legal battle, it too was dismissed, with a judge ruling that animals cannot own copyrights under US law. To add insult to injury, PETA was ordered to pay thousands of dollars in attorney's fees to the photographer they had sued, since the court deemed the case lacked legal merit, while PETA argued they were pushing the envelope.
This is such a weird place to land. I did think that we were just going to get a kind of a repeat of the last video, which was basically like, just to sum up the last video, it was like, I want to say 20 or 30 minutes long. More than half of the video was just complaining that PETA makes video games. I'm not even joking. That's what it did for like 75% of the video. It just went from video game to video game that PETA made and feigned indignance that they would make of it. It was so weird. And then they got onto the euthanasia right at the end. This video is somehow worse. They start with the euthanasia. Now they're claiming all these lawsuits where PETA attempted to grant animals some rights through the court system were like evil and sinister and deserving of ridicule because they lost. Because we have a speciesist society that looks down upon animals. That's shameful for PETA. How dare they try? Like, maybe you don't agree with what PETA's mission is, but that's right in line with what their mission is.
For animal rights, many observers saw these courtroom antics as wasteful, distracting, and emblematic of PETA's propensity for extreme position.
They weren't antics. They were actual attempts to get animals' rights. I mean, the one with the selfie, like, that's interesting. It's novel, I guess you might say. But the one on the SeaWorld one, like, I don't even know how he's defending that.
Beyond the lawsuits PETA has filed and mostly lost, legal controversy has even touched PETA at the highest levels of government. In the early 2000s, PETA's pattern of financially supporting activists linked to crimes drew attention from Congress and the FBI. Tax records showed PETA donated tens of thousands of dollars to the legal defense of Rodney Coronado, an Animal Liberation Front, ALF.
Based. Fuck yeah, PETA. Rod Coronado is one of the, you guys know him. He's one of the famous ALF activists. He took down whaling ships. He freed mink and foxes and lynx. Check out the book Flaming Arrows, a collection of his writings. It's pretty damn cool. Oh, actually, you know what a better book is? Okay, I mean, that book is cool. It's his writings. But this book called Operation Bite Back is definitely, sometimes I forget about that book. That is a well-written book, written by a journalist. Check out Operation Bite Back. Let me look it up. Let me get the name of the author. And it's about Rod Coronado and his campaigns. What's the name? Dean Kuipers. This is a must read, by the way. If you guys are interested in the ALF or let me put it. So thank you, stupid PETA video, for allowing me to recommend a book. Operation Bite Back. Rod Coronado's War to Save American Wilderness by Dean Kuipers. Get that book.
Member convicted of arson for firebombing a university research lab.
He's blowing buildings up and you're giving him money.
We gave him money for his defense because it is America and you are entitled to a legal defense.
Coronado was a known militant activist who had admitted to multiple acts of arson in the name of animal rights, including burning down a Michigan State University animal
and harmed no one.
Research facility. PETA also gave money to support other individuals tied to the ALF and the Earth Liberation
Why do you
Front.
show
He
Wayne
also
again?
gave money to, including burning down a Michigan State University animal research facility. PETA also gave money to support.
That's Wayne.
Support other individuals tied to the ALF and the Earth Liberation Front, ELF, groups that the FBI has identified as domestic terrorist organizations.
Yeah, the FBI has identified the ALF and ELF as domestic terror organizations. Here's another book recommendation. Oh my God. Let's see. Oh yeah. Just finished Little Red Barns. Did you finish it? Felix, I think you were reading it too, right? Very, very, very good book. Very good. Highest recommendation. So those two books, if y'all are looking for reading material, Operation Bite Back and Little Red Barns. I know. I know. I remember like one of my earliest things that we did. I've talked about it with one of my buddies who I had. We had that 5 days of activism out in eastern North Carolina, and we were near all the pig farms and stuff, and we were visiting CAFOs and all this stuff. And I remember this guy driving up in a truck, and he had this, like, I couldn't tell if it was like a threatening look on his face or a terrified look on his face, but he was like, "Y'all with PETA?" And then I think someone was like, "No, we're not with PETA, but something like that," and he drove off. You always get that. It's like they all call their friends. They're like, "There's PETA's here. PETA's here." That's why I love PETA. That's a little shake in there. What is that?
Responsible for dozens of arson and bombing attacks. In one instance, PETA's tax forms revealed a $1,500 donation directly to the North American Earth Liberation Front itself. When these connections came to light, the U.S. Congressional Subcommittee launched inquiries, and a Washington state group even petitioned the IRS to revoke PETA's tax-exempt status for inducing or encouraging the commission of unlawful acts. PETA's leadership claimed such payments were innocent mistakes or mere support for activist freedom of speech, but skepticism ran high. Even within PETA.
Who claimed it was a mistake?
A senior vice president named Bruce
He said that.
Friedrich had publicly espoused violent sentiments, once declaring, "It would be great if all of the fast food outlets, slaughterhouses, these laboratories, and the banks who fund them exploded tomorrow." PETA's own board felt compelled to censure Friedrich for essentially endorsing violent destruction, but the episode reinforced critics' view that PETA's tactics skirt the boundaries of law and morality. From ill-conceived lawsuits likening animals to slaves, to staff facing cruelty charges, to financial ties with convicted arsonists, PETA's legal track record is fraught with controversy. These incidents suggest an organization sometimes willing to flout laws or make a mockery of them in service of its ideology, further eroding PETA's credibility. And when PETA hasn't been in court...
Could not disagree more. I think it enhances their credibility and enhances my respect for them 1,000%. Fucking love PETA.
It has often been on the airwaves or billboards, stirring outrage with shock value campaigns. We turn now to PETA's public messaging, and the many times it backfired spectacularly, PETA has never shied away from shock advertising. Their motto seems to be, "No publicity is bad publicity." But many of their stunts have crossed a line, angering the very people they want to persuade, even after a...
Yeah, what does that tell you? Maybe angering people was a calculated thing that they did, and they didn't care if they made people mad. They were trying to raise awareness. And here you are showing it on a YouTube video. Dumb fuck. But good job. You played right into their hands. Good job, Ingrid.
Formal apology, the damage to PETA's image was done. Another sore point, tactics aimed at children. Outside holiday shows, PETA once handed kids...
You know what? These PETA hit pieces are giving us a great chance to talk about all the great work that PETA does.
Book titled Your Mommy Hurts Animals, depicting a parent harming a rabbit. Parents...
That is awesome.
Comic book titled Your Mommy Hurts Animals, depicting a parent...
Look at that. Oh no.
Awesome. Harming a rabbit. Parents and psychologists said it could traumatize young viewers. In a similar vein, PETA distributed...
Yeah, it could traumatize young people. How about show them what actually happens? At least they put it as a cartoon. Why don't you show them what actually happens and see if that traumatizes them?
Unhappy
Such
meals.
A fucking snowflake, this guy.
Fake fast food boxes splattered with red paint, and toy animals posed as victims. Many families were furious, saying the stunt scared kids instead of teaching them.
Aaron, why are you scared, Aaron? Yeah, he's scared of the elephant. It's crazy. Everyone is scared of the elephants.
PETA's advertising has also been criticized as misleading and pseudo-scientific. A striking example was PETA's 2008 billboard in Newark, New Jersey that proclaimed studies
that they're all following the same play. This guy was butthurt about the got autism thing too.
have shown a link between cow's milk and autism.
They are connecting dairy to autism.
Look at David Pakman. Oh my God. So he was at this back then. Look how dated this looks. By the way, David Pakman is one of the whiniest, sniveliest, like little douchebags on the planet when it comes to liberals talking about veganism. He is like the worst. Just completely uninformed, completely thinks he knows what he's talking about. He sums it up so well. What a prick.
And this has many people, including medical professionals, upset, saying that it is deceptive. They say that more research, this is PETA, more research is needed, but scientific studies have shown that many autistic kids improve dramatically when put on a diet free of dairy.
The ad.
Yeah, I bet they do.
Styled after the famous.
Kind of like how everybody benefits when they go on a diet free of dairy.
Got Milk campaign. It even taunted Got Autism, outraged autism advocacy groups and medical experts. PETA cited 2 small studies.
Oh, you mean people got their butts hurt? Say it ain't so. Oh my God. What are we going to do about that, guys? You know what? Who was it? I think Nilf. Nilf has helped us out, guys. Yup, PETA has a new president. Let me see. There it is. There it is, guys. I didn't even know it was ready. It's ready. We already have it. Oh no. I've had Chris Hines up on this screen the whole time. Shoot. Sorry, Chris. I didn't mean to associate you with the PETA hit piece. I don't know. Good question, Jason. Good question. Good question. All right. Sometimes when I do these things, the audio goes away. Let me know. Can somebody please let me know ASAP if the audio is not working?
As the basis for this dramatic claim. But as ABC News reported, those studies do not prove any connection for this autism advocacy groups and medical experts. PETA cited 2 small.
There's Wayne again. Why does he keep showing Wayne and DXC?
Studies as the basis for this.
Bunch of DXC activists right here.
Dramatic claim. But as ABC News reported.
Why? What do they have to do with that?
Those studies do not prove any connection between dairy and autism. Doctors lambasted the billboard as a baseless scare tactic. One pediatrician warned that the ad would misinform parents and needlessly frighten people into thinking drinking milk might cause autism. Under pressure, the advertising company took down PETA's billboard shortly afterward. By then, PETA had managed to offend families of autistic children and anger health professionals.
Oh, God. Can somebody get them some butthurt ointment? Find them immediately and get them a tube. I love that this guy just keeps on talking about how people are offended, as though we should care that people are offended, as if people aren't offended by like literally everything you do. There's going to be people offended. People get offended by things I didn't do. It happens a lot. Like, why didn't you say this or say that or call this out or do that? They're just people. Some people just need to be offended sometimes. I think it's like part of our human nature. We just have to be offended about something.
All in an attempt to push a vegan message via debunked science. Then there was the 2009
another shot of Wayne.
Save the Whales campaign.
He found a couple of clips of animal activists and a couple of this is just lazy, by the way. I say that as someone who lazily makes videos too. I know. It takes one to know one. He found a couple clips of animal activists, and some of them are just shots of direct action everywhere. And he's just randomly throwing that in to this video about PETA. They have nothing to do with PETA, but whatever, let's just throw them in there.
Billboard that body shamed overweight individuals under the guise of promoting vegetarianism.
Well, the animal rights group PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, is known for staging big protests and pulling out all the stops to get attention and encourage people to go vegan, or at least stop eating meat. But critics say a billboard that's gone up on the Pat Bay Highway goes too far.
The billboard showed an illustration of an obese woman in a bikini alongside the text, "Save the whales, lose the blubber, go vegetarian."
Okay. That's funny. I don't know. I'm sorry. People are having the hurt butt stuff.
Public reaction was swift and
that actor volunteered it, I guess.
Scathing. The Obesity Action Coalition condemned the ad as an unmistakable example of stigma and prejudice against individuals who are overweight and obese, disrespectful and offensive. Many people, including those who might otherwise sympathize with animal causes, felt personally attacked by PETA's mocking tone. There is a way to get your message across, one local resident told NBC News. This is just mean. It implies overweight people are whales. After weeks of protests and bad press, PETA relented and pulled the billboard down. A PETA spokesperson admitted they knew the ad might offend people, calling it a deliberately provocative way to get attention in an almost cynical brag.
Yep. Do you still not get it, my friend? They do it on purpose and it works. It's even working right now.
PETA even boasted about the stunt's success once they removed it, noting that the controversy had given them millions in free media exposure worldwide. To many observers, this was confirmation of PETA's modus operandi: court outrage, then revel in the publicity. PETA's slogan is, "Animals are not ours to eat, we're experimental."
Right, you mean get the animals issue in front of more people? Really? You think that's their MO?
On or use for entertainment. Its leaders often take a moral high ground, demanding that the public adopt strict ethical standards in their treatment of animals. Yet PETA has frequently been called out for hypocrisy, instances where the organization or its senior members do not live by the principles for hypocrisy, instances where the organization
There she is.
Or its senior members do not live by the principles they espouse for others. These contradictions have not gone unnoticed, fueling further criticism of PETA's integrity. One glaring example is PETA's stance on animal testing versus the personal choices of its top officials. PETA is uncompromisingly against any medical research on animals, even when such research leads to life-saving cures. However, Mary Beth Sweetland, PETA's own former senior vice president, is diabetic and openly uses insulin every day.
Right. So she's a hypocrite. Okay, got it. You know, they're also a pretty big organization, and there are people who've worked at PETA who aren't vegan, who are like anti-vegan. It's a big group. So, yeah.
Insulin, crucial for diabetics, was developed through decades of experiments on lab animals, including...
Right, but because she uses it doesn't mean she agrees with animal testing. It exists now.
dogs and pigs. When confronted about this contradiction, Sweetland's response was jarring. "I don't see myself as a hypocrite," she told a reporter.
I don't
"I
either.
need my life to fight for the rights of animals." In other words, a PETA leader justified using a medical treatment derived from animal testing, something she would presumably deny to others because her life was too important to risk. To many, this came off as a good for me, but not for thee mentality. The incident became a public.
Hey, at least the guy learned to use footage of,
using a medical
at least he learned to use footage of PETA activists.
Treatment derived from animal testing, something she would presumably deny to others because her life was too important to risk. To many, this came off as a good for me, but not for thee mentality. The incident became a public.
You mean to you?
Relations embarrassment, highlighted in media as an example of PETA's do as I say, not as I do philosophy. It's difficult for the average person to accept PETA's hardline demands, like boycotting all medicines developed via animal research, when PETA's own leadership quietly benefits from those same scientific advancements. Another.
I'm sorry. At what point did PETA say, don't take insulin? They didn't. You're full of shit.
Oft-cited hypocrisy is PETA's position on pets and euthanasia. Officially, PETA opposes the very notion of pet ownership. PETA's founder Ingrid Newkirk has argued that animal companionship, owning pets, is tantamount to bondage and exploitation.
Because it is. That doesn't mean that people at PETA don't have dogs and cats. They need homes. We've been over this. It's a weird thing that we do to animals. I see people walking dogs and yes, when I watch my buddy's pet, I put them on a leash so that they don't run off and get injured. We've created this world, but it's a weird thing. Do y'all not? It's weird to me. We got all these people walking around, all of them like not vegan, of course, and they have their dogs in submission to them. They deny them the very natural behaviors that dogs do. I even see this with like people who have pets that are vegan. They like reprimand dogs for acting like dogs. I find it always kind of weird. I don't own a dog or have a companion animal. And I'm not saying you shouldn't, but I'm saying the whole idea of it is quite weird. But again, animals need homes and they need loving families. And that's the problem that we created.
Following that logic, PETA's critics say it's no wonder the group seems to prefer euthanizing animals rather than allowing them to be pets. But here's the contradiction.
Correct. Impossible Foods was tested on animals, and that's why a lot of people don't like Impossible. Or some people don't consume Impossible Foods, which, fair game. Fair.
PETA staff and spokespeople themselves often have companion animals. Newkirk herself has cared for several companion dogs and cats, though she...
You get it? Do you get it yet? She's saying the whole purpose, the whole idea of owning pets is weird and kind of speciesist. It is, and yet she has 2 dogs. Why? Because we have this problem where animals need homes. Okay?
Avoids the word pet. The hypocrisy perceived by the public is that PETA would apparently rather see an animal dead than living as a pet in a caring home, except when it's their...
Except that, she has 2 companion animals, if you will. Right. But, the hit piece is more important than the truth, isn't it?
Own animals. This extreme stance has led some detractors to quip that PETA believes better dead than fed by a human caregiver. It's a chilling thought that further alienates mainstream animal lovers. After all, millions of people consider their pets part of the family. Hearing that PETA deems this relationship...
Yeah, do you consider animals to be part of your family? Shannon, by the way, based.
Unethical, and then seeing PETA employees happily walk their own dogs rings as profoundly hypocritical. We also must revisit PETA's practice of euthanasia here, as it is often cited as the ultimate contradiction. How can an organization dedicated to animal rights end so many animal lives? PETA defends euthanasia as mercy, yet former insiders and investigators have painted a picture of callous assembly line killing.
Well, new numbers show just how many dogs and cats that PETA is putting down.
This comes as the locally based animal welfare group has come under fire for taking pets without permission and euthanizing them.
During the 2017 lawsuit over Maya the Chihuahua, the plaintiff's attorneys gathered evidence that PETA had a broad policy to euthanize animals, including healthy adoptable ones.
I thought we did this already. Did you just need to pad your video to make it nearly 30 minutes? Is that what we're doing? You're just repeating yourself now.
Because they philosophically oppose pet ownership. PETA naturally denied this in court.
And he's showing vegan teacher. Why? It's just because that vegan teacher is controversial, divisive. So he's just randomly showing that vegan teacher in a video about PETA.
But if one believes the allegation, it reveals a disturbing contradiction at PETA's core. To free animals from human ownership, PETA is willing to kill them. This has led critics to label PETA as fundamentally hypocritical, or even to accuse it of valuing an abstract ideology over actual animals' lives. The term PETA's death cult has appeared in op-eds by no-kill shelter advocates, reflecting outrage that a group claiming to save animals is ending the lives of thousands of creatures that could have been saved. Furthermore, while PETA...
Wow. You mean people wrote op-eds against PETA? My mind is blown. And I guess you must be right, because some people got their feelings hurt by PETA again.
Loudly campaigns against fur coats and leather. Some of its own marketing choices have raised eyebrows. The group famously loves using celebrity endorsements, especially beautiful models and actors posing nude or...
Yeah, let's be offended by sex again. Let's all pretend that we're offended by sex. Yeah. I wonder how much porn this guy watches.
In lettuce bikinis to promote veganism. However, there have been embarrassing moments. A celebrity who posed for a PETA anti-fur poster was later spotted wearing leather shoes, or a PETA activist protesting outside a circus was found to have a down-filled jacket. Goose down involves animal harm. These may seem like small slips, but they contribute to an image of inconsistency.
Wait. Let me hear that again.
These may testing out promote veganism. However, there have been embarrassing moments. A celebrity who posed for a PETA anti-fur poster was later spotted wearing leather shoes.
Huh?
Or a PETA activist protesting outside a circus was found to have a down-filled jacket, shoes. A celebrity who posed for a PETA anti-fur poster was later spotted wearing leather shoes.
Okay, it's kind of funny he's saying that, because most people assume that the vast majority of the public is against fur. So PETA accepting a celebrity collaboration or whatever endorsement against fur does not mean that person was vegan or abstains from wearing leather. Now, it's funny because, like, we see that as activists and vegans, we see the hypocrisy in that. But it's like his point is the opposite, that no, you shouldn't advocate. It's so stupid. Let me hear this next example. They found one example where someone accidentally wore animal products. Okay, yeah. Take the whole org down because someone accidentally wore down.
Or a PETA activist protesting outside a circus was found to have a down-filled jacket.
And this is so vague. Like, a PETA activist. By the way, I have been a PETA activist. I am not a part of PETA. Many of my friends have been PETA activists. They are not part of PETA. Again, with PETA, You can like call them up. You can get materials from them. They'll give you materials for your signs. In fact, we've been in this happened a lot where we've asked PETA for materials, and I think this is kind of fucked up, honestly, but I understand the point. We'll sometimes cover up the PETA logo just so that it's not about PETA. I don't think PETA cares, right? But I do think it kind of sucks. They're the ones providing the materials. But yeah, some people are just like, it makes sense. Like PETA can be such a lightning rod that they don't want to make it about PETA. So yeah, when he says a PETA activist, that's so vague. I mean, like, are you just talking about someone who showed up to a PETA activism event? Like, sometimes it's PETA just supplying materials for your campaign. Sometimes we join in PETA campaigns. Sometimes we'll do actual PETA events, but this is so vague. He's not giving us any context that someone was wearing down. That'd be like, oh, you found someone who had on a leather belt at a PETA demonstration. Yeah. Okay. Victoria, what's up? How are you doing? It is, Brett. It is. It sure is. Yeah. But I mean, or they wore leather. Like, who knows? People have leather from before they went vegan. Like it's just so stupid. So stupid. Like, he gave no context to that. That could have been some person who's never done activism before and just joined their first activism event and are not even vegan. Hang on, let me get that example again.
It's goose, or a PETA activist protesting outside a circus was found
outside a circus. They might not even be vegan. They might just be against the circus. We see the hypocrisy in that, sure. But he's using it to bring down PETA or to try to add layers of. Some people are against the circus and aren't vegan. Imagine that.
Of a down-filled jacket. Goose down involves animal harm. These may seem like small
Yeah,
slips.
it does. So maybe you should use your platform, dumbass, to advocate against it. But you don't. Instead, you make clickbaity hit pieces against PETA. But again, it's very helpful. We get to talk about all the great stuff that PETA does and see how they offend little snowflakes like you. And it just makes me love them more. I mean, it's almost like a sport. It's fun to see you get upset.
They contribute to an image of inconsistency. More troubling was a 2008 incident in which PETA euthanized 18 rabbits and 14 chickens it had used in an exhibition. Animals PETA itself had acquired, ostensibly rescuing them from a research facility, only to later put them down when the publicity event was over. To many,
So again, on the euthanasia thing.
This was unconscionable. PETA sacrificed the very animals it had showcased as survivors, apparently because caring for them long-term was inconvenient. Incidents like this.
Inconvenient or impossible? Why don't you get some facts? The way you frame it makes it sound so terrible, but maybe you should look into it and get the facts.
Bolster the case that PETA does not adhere to the standards it demands of society, exposing a gap between rhetoric and reality.
Again,
adhere to the standards it demands.
Not PETA.
Of society, exposing a gap between rhetoric and reality. Finally, PETA's flirtation with violent activist groups, mentioned earlier, also strikes many as hypocritical. PETA publicly insists it is non-violent and does not support illegal acts. Yet, as documented, PETA provided financial support to convicted arsonists and even had high-ranking employees voice enthusiasm for destructive direct action. You can't claim to be purely ethical.
Rod Coronado, if y'all weren't here earlier. Operation Bite Back by Dean Kuipers. Check it out. Or Flaming Arrows by Rod Coronado himself. Go and read his writings. Let me actually put a link to that. The Animal Liberation Press Office has a nice section for books. Check it out. This has been a very educational time. I've gotten to recommend 2 great books. Draw more awareness to PETA's great work. Rod Coronado.
While secretly bankrolling firebombers, at least not without a credibility crisis. Government investigators in the early 2000s certainly thought so, and PETA nearly faced serious legal consequences for those ties. Critics say,
yeah, that's it's called repression. It's called police state. It's called corruption. And it's called fascism.
This double game, condemning violence in public while quietly funding extremists in private, is the height of hypocrisy, and one more reason they've lost faith in PETA. In sum, the moral authority PETA once sought to wield has been undermined by its own contradictions. The public has grown wise to the gap between PETA's talking points and its actions, and this loss of trust has only been exacerbated by the way media and former allies have reacted to PETA's controversies. In its early years, PETA made a name for itself by exposing brutal practices in fur farms and laboratories, shocking the conscience of a generation. But in the process of keeping the spotlight on animal rights, PETA itself became a source of outrage and disillusionment. The very name PETA now evokes for many not a brutal practices. PETA's controversies. In its early years, PETA made a name for itself by exposing brutal practices in fur farms and laboratories.
By exposing fur farms and laboratories. Well, guess what, buddy? Not all of those methods were probably above board. And here you are talking about all this, like, law enforcement presence. And you're saying, well, it was so great that PETA did all this exposing. Well, you know that PETA received tapes from investigators who had to go undercover during this period that he's talking about, and he's talking about Rod Coronado. PETA was sometimes the mouthpiece. They would receive the communiques from anonymous ALF people and put them out.
Shocking the conscience of a generation. But
that was good. But the rest is bad.
In the process of keeping the spotlight on animal rights, PETA itself became a source of outrage and disillusionment.
Yeah, people's butts got very hurt. We know this. Butts are sensitive. I don't know. It must be the skin is very thin there or something. I don't know what it is. Butts are sensitive things. That's why we have the cream. That's why we developed the cream.
The very name PETA now evokes for many not a noble crusade for animals, but a laundry list of scandals and missteps, shelters full of dead pets, offensive billboards, frivolous lawsuits, and zealotry run amok. The downfall of PETA is offensive billboards, frivolous lawsuits, and zealotry.
This is what he calls offensive. If you wouldn't eat your cat, why eat a turkey? Kids. This is offensive to this bitch boy. I can't understand. Remember, like, we were reacting to what's his face, the last stream, the vegan gains debate with that 12-year-old guy who was like, oh, why do you think the testosterone is so low? The masculinity is so low. And all these fucking people are getting butthurt over a billboard that says, if you wouldn't eat your cat, why eat a turkey? But y'all are concerned about testosterone. Oh, got it. Okay. Fucking people. I can't with the people. Guys. There it is. We have it. It's there. It's there for them, Nil. Thank you, Nil. You sent that to me, right? Soy voice. I got high. I got high pitch. That's right. A little soy broke through. I have range, okay? I've got soy. I've got soy up here. And down here, what? What's down here? What's down here? What's that? What food is that? Is that TVP? What is it? I don't know. Maybe that's Beyond Steak or something. Yep, there's the cream. I just want to make sure that, you know. Oh, yeah, but I just had a soy voice. All right, once again with the sound. Let's see, did I get a warning? No warning with the sound. We're almost done.
Tree run amok. The downfall of PETA is a cautionary tale of how an organization can lose its way by embracing extreme. Is a cautionary tale of how an organization.
He shows this badass in saying the downfall of PETA. Right. Yeah. What's this guy's name again? Ablaze. Hey, Ablaze. I hate to break it to you. PETA's still here and still kicking ass.
Can lose its way by embracing extremism and provocation at all costs. PETA alienated allies and handed its enemies the moral high ground by.
That's true. A lot of people who got their butts hurt are in our movement. It happens. Okay. That's why we develop a lot of cream. We're not just, there's a lot of cream is needed. I'm just saying, I wish we had developed that cream much sooner.
Prioritizing ideology over empathy, even to the point of euthanizing those it purported to save, it betrayed the trust of animal lovers. And by refusing to moderate its tactics or admit its errors until forced, PETA damaged the wider animal rights movement it helped build. Today, when someone says they support animal welfare, they often hasten to add, but not PETA. The fact that PETA has become a...
Yeah, people who say I support animal welfare generally don't like animal liberationists.
Polarizing, even toxic brand in some circles is a sign of how
Wayne again.
Far it has fallen. It's polarizing. They often hasten to add, but not PETA. The fact that PETA has become a polarizing, even toxic.
He keeps showing Wayne and Direct Action Everywhere while talking about PETA. This is so weird.
Brand in some circles is a sign of how far it has fallen. Its leadership faces a
It's lazy. You got ample footage. You're playing it, you're repeating it. You've got ample PETA footage. If you're talking about PETA, show PETA. If you want to do a broader piece about the animal rights movement and you want to slander Direct Action Everywhere, then make that video. And we'll react to it here. And thank you for the publicity.
Choice, continue down this path of controversy and risk irrelevance, or reform and genuinely align its practices with the compassionate values it claims to uphold. For now, PETA's legacy remains deeply.
How much you want to bet like these are animals
controversy
that are directly rescued?
Its leadership faces a critical choice. Continue down this path of controversy and risk irrelevance, or reform and genuinely align its practices with the compassionate values it claims.
Those are probably animals that are alive because of PETA.
To uphold. For now, PETA's legacy remains deeply tarnished. The organization that once shocked the world with graphic truths about animal abuse, now more often
DXC again
shocks with its own behavior, as we've seen through.
That was the Reichardt Duck Farm. Before it was this, he's showing all the Sonoma things, all the Sonoma actions.
The grisly
When
youth
talking
look
about PETA.
deeply tarnished. The organization that once
Lazy.
shocked the world with graphic truths about animal.
This is not PETA. It says it right on her fucking shirt, dude.
Deeply tarnished. The organization that once shocked the world with graphic truths about animal.
What? I didn't pause quick enough. The everywhere is the last part of direct action everywhere. Oh, separate group from PETA.
Abuse now more often shocks with its own behavior, as we've seen through the grisly euthanasia numbers, the legal battles and fines, the public apologies, and
Lazy.
pulled ads. PETA's downfall
Lazy, uninformed, uninspired shit.
has been a largely self-inflicted
And still, great publicity.
wound. This expose has shed light on the negative aspects that PETA's slick marketing won't tell you. And it serves as a reminder that in
this, you're going to call this an expose? That's being very generous with that term.
Fight for ethical treatment of animals, the ends cannot always justify the means. Compassion, to be convincing, must be consistent. Something PETA
DXC
will have to reckon with.
Priya. I mean, it's so lazy. Look, it's right on their shirts. It's so
if
stupid.
It hopes to regain the public's trust. And if you thought...
Did he think that DXC is PETA because they both have blue?
Will have to, as a reminder,
I wonder if that's how stupid this guy is.
Youth downfall of aspect, ethical treatment of animals, the ends cannot always justify the means. Compassion, to be convincing, must be consistent.
He probably thinks because they were both blue that this is PETA.
Something PETA will have to reckon with if it hopes to regain the public's trust. And if you thought this group was crazy, there's one particular person that's...
Yeah, you've shown her like 3 or 4 times during this video. I wonder why.
Stands out in the vegan community as just as insane. The vegan teacher. But of course, where has she been all this time? As you don't...
Yeah, and what's your actual argument against the points that she makes? Oh, right. You can't do that. You can't argue against what she actually says. You're just going to make a video that talks about how she sings songs and how she hurts people's butts and people's little sensitive buttholes get all inflamed because they didn't use the cream. Use the cream before you watch Vegan Teacher. God damn. All right. Well, that was fun. We did it, guys. It's very cathartic to go on these rants. Y'all should try it sometimes. If you're not doing this, start a channel and go and react. It helps. It helps. Trust me. What now? What now? Y'all got any videos? I'm not ready to stop yet. Y'all got any videos you want me to react to? Just send them my way. Vegan Zombies Live, I see. I really can't wait to see his movie. According to him, it's coming to is coming to Amazon, I think. Oh, great. Now Ablaze is in my algorithm. Now I see the satisfying downfall of Just Stop Oil. Boy, this guy really doesn't like people who try to make the world a better place. He really has his panties in a wad about it. All right. Nothing's popping up immediately on my algo. That's how the kids say algorithm. That's how the cool kids say it. What y'all got? I'm going to the chat. Alex O'Connor talked about welfare in a recent episode. It was frustrating. We'll do it. We'll do it. Alex O'Connor. Is it The Strange World of Animal Consciousness? Peter Godfrey Smith? Must be. It's quite long. Do you have a timestamp? It's from 2016, but I've always enjoyed this talk. I'm open to the Alex O'Connor. It's just that it's 2 hours long. Let's skip through it. I'll check out your video, Felix, but let's see if we can find this point. Wait, oh good. Wait. Okay, we can go. This guy. This fucking guy. Here, let's do that. We'll do this last bit. The ethics of killing animals, according to the guy who turned his back on the animals because he shit his britches.
Animal experiments, which is something I've been thinking about a
Oh,
lot
sure. Okay.
recently. It's hard to give animals and experiments a life worth living.
Yeah.
I think it's possible in principle for rodents. Philip Kitcher wrote a good paper about that some years ago. You know, do you want to use rodents in experiments? Fine, but make the overall life of those rodents in the experiments superior to the wild analog, and then continue. Go ahead. But if you're not doing that, then you should feel bad about it. I think this is a good argument. So I think the life worth living criterion is one that it's not purely sentimental, because there's a role for reason and considerations of non-arbitrariness and factual information here. It's not just a kind of gut response. The way I would describe it is it's an attempt at reasoned valuation.
So there are a few things which jump out at me from what you're saying there, and
he annoys me so much with his pseudo intellectualism. It's so obvious. I hate it. And people just think he's so smart.
I mean, the first thing is when people talk about humane.
Guys, if I just presented, well, the first thing about when I shit my pants was, I got to work on that accent. I admit it's not where it needs to be. He made you vegan, Nilf? Well, that's good. We got a good one. We got a good one from him.
Butchering, humane farming, like vegans often will hear something like that and they'll think like, obviously I literally understand what you're saying, but there's no humane way to kill an animal who doesn't want to die.
Right.
Now the answer to that might be to say something like, okay, as you say, it is one bad day. You know, it's a good life, but it is a bad day, and we admit that that's a bad day.
Are you really going to pull the "it's one bad day" card, you idiot?
But wouldn't you? That might be to literally understand what you're saying, but there's no humane way to kill an animal who doesn't want to die.
Wait, sorry, I'm sorry. Who says that?
What you're saying. So there are a few things which jump out at me from what you're saying there, and I mean, the first thing is when people talk about humane butchering, humane farming, like vegans often will hear something like that and they'll think like, obviously I literally understand what you're saying, but there's no humane way to kill an animal who doesn't want to die.
Right.
Now the answer to that might be to say something like, okay, as you say, it is one bad day. You know, it's a good life, but it is a bad day, and we admit that that's a
Oh man. Ooh. Sorry, I got distracted. Yeah. To think that we were once excited. I was caught up in it. We all were caught up in it. We were happy that someone with a platform had gone vegan and was going to speak about it in this really cringy British accent. I was excited because we know that that accent is what people listen to and think this is smart. And now we're getting, well, you know, the vegans, you know, a vegan might say, it's one bad day. It's one bad day. Or no, I mean, the argument, what the vegans say is there's no humane way to kill someone who doesn't want to die, but God, I got to work on the accent. I got to play Tomb Raider, you know? Y'all think that I play games just to have fun and to go through, you know, have my escapism? No, 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 no. It's research. It's all part of the big plan. I'm going to perfect the accent. I'm going to take this podcast up a level. I'm going to get myself in front of a fireplace. I'm going to get some books back here. I'm going to get a nice stand for this, and I'm going to cross my legs, grow a little mustache, shave off the rest, a little pretentious mustache, and I'm going to talk in that pretentious way. And it will be all based on Lara Croft. And then y'all will say, oh, that was worth it. It's a good thing that he played Lara Croft, Tomb Raider 1, 2, 3, all the way through. It's a good thing. So maybe I should finish the second one because I didn't finish it.
Bad day, but wouldn't you rather have that life than no life at all? And the answer is yes. And Jeff McMahon has written about this.
Yeah.
And at the end of his investigation, at least in whatever paper it was I read a while back, I don't remember it very well. He says, yeah, like I do think that it is better that those animals lived, even if they had to die, than that they didn't live at all. Because if we weren't going to kill them, they wouldn't have come into existence at all. And yet, like when I think about this, I'm like, and Jeff McMahon has a similar kind of thought. I'd say the same thing about a human life, right? If there was this human life that I could live, like say it's my life right now, I'm living a nice life, I'm enjoying my time here, and suppose that when I'm 30 years old or something, I'm going to get shot in the head, and it will be done relatively painlessly. I might not even see it coming. Would I rather live that life than no life at all? I'd rather live that life, and yet it's still
Yeah. Okay, you're missing a part of this though. In order for you to have that life, your mother has to be raped. So let's play that back through. Let's go through this happy little scenario you've painted. And now let's think of your mother. And let's remember that your mother, who I assume you love, has to go through rape for you to be here. Now, is it still worth it?
would feel wrong to like breed human beings into existence, kill them painlessly at the end of their life, and raise them for that reason, even if you apply this would you rather have lived criterion and say, yeah, I would rather live that life than none at all. It still feels like it would be wrong. And so I think, and Jeff McMahon has this problem where he's like, I think it's good that these animals exist rather than they don't, but I have no really good way of explaining why I'm okay with that for cows, but not for human beings.
So you're okay with all these pigs, cows, chickens, but not the wildlife that we stole to have all this land taken so that we could raise all these animals? Sorry, I shouldn't even use stupid ass words like raise. Yeah, whatever. I lost my train of thought. I hate this guy so much. Yeah, Jason, me too. Wait, Victoria, did you send me one? Are you modded? Let's see. Hang on. I'll mod you, Victoria, so you can. Now you're a mod, Victoria, so you can send links now. You like seeing Alex get railed? I'm not going to rail him. It's not that kind of stream, Nilf. It's not that kind of stream. This is family friendly. Okay. I hear the pooping noise like on South Park too. I hear it. Yeah, you must have been pissed, Nilf. He turned you vegan and then he made that stupid ass post.
Yeah. I think it's okay in this setting to separate the human and non-human cases, presumptively pretty far apart.
Uh-huh.
And then one might get pushed to think about them in combination in this way. And I don't mind it. But one thing I'd want to say is that I very much resist the idea that any reasonable policy in the case of non-humans has a sort of natural carryover to the human case.
Mm-hmm.
I also want to pick up something.
Yeah, I wonder why you resist that.
You reminded me of in the first part of what you were just saying. When I have had discussions and arguments with vegans and the like, and there was
another fucking intellectual who's had discussions and arguments with vegans and can't fucking get it. Fucking pseudo-intellectual piece of shit. This is the litmus test. If you can't get veganism, not harming animals, you're not smart.
flurried of this online a couple of years ago. I wrote an article called "If Not Vegan, then what?" And a lot of the vegans said, "Well, vegan, is the answer to that." Something that became a strong impression to me, and I do mean this critically, but I don't want to make it sound very critical, is that there are some people who are just they're unwilling to admit that all lives end, that death is a part of the picture, no matter what else is going on. So when I look at my own life and
well, yeah, is that it? The vegans don't believe in death. Yeah, vegans, they're completely unaware that life ends. Yeah. Ugh. Here's what you got to do, guys. You gotta sit in that chair. Gotta have the little mic. You gotta cross your legs. Gotta sit like that for some reason. That's how you do it. And the thing about it is that, the thing that I'm reminded of when you tell me this story, and let me give a ton of preamble before I get to the point that I'm going to make, just so that when we finally get there, my hope is that a lot of you have tuned out by then, so you don't hear the really stupid thing I'm about to say, because it's going to be bad. So the longer I give you this little story about how I've argued with vegans in the past, had these discussions about them in the past, that the next thing that comes out of my mouth is my hope was that y'all weren't still listening to hear, because that's all I had. That's all I had. That's all you had.
I think of it as having a certain span, a beginning and an end. I'm not intensely distressed by the fact that I will die. And I think that carries over to my attitude in some of these farming questions. I think death is a part of life. Everyone dies somehow. And although dying at our hands, the bad day is a bad day. Well, it doesn't have to be. I mean, one thing we didn't talk about is on-farm slaughter in the case of...
Nilf, you are not You are not to be trusted. And yeah, we can't. We got to draw the line somewhere.
All this
All right, I wasn't listening
so
to
when I look at my own life and I think picture, no matter what
doing the whole farting from the face thing,
and that death is a part of the picture, no matter what else is going on. So when I look at my own life and I think of it as having a certain span, a beginning and an end. I'm not intensely distressed.
Question: is your span determined by someone who has enslaved you in a cage? Because if it was, you might have a different opinion about this.
By the fact that I will die. And I think that carries over to my attitude in some of these farming questions. I think death is a part of life. Everyone dies somehow. And although
death is not a part of life, death is the end of life. Death is the opposite of life. The absence of life is death or non-existence. So no, death is not a part of life.
Dying at our hands.
But you are a dumb ass.
The bad day is a bad day. Well, it doesn't have to be. I mean, one thing we didn't talk about is on-farm slaughter in the case of humanely farmed.
So much better to be farmed and murdered on the farm. So much better. You know, that it doesn't have to be a bad day. It could be a really good day. That day you got murdered. That could be a great day. We could give them a nice massage beforehand.
Cattle, which is too difficult and expensive in some circumstances, but is done in others, where there's no transport, there's no bad day, there's just an end.
Yeah,
that's not an impossible thing.
Sure.
And right, that's a good case to think about. There are some people who are making the vegan case who will say, you know, this is an abomination, this is a terrible thing. And one response I have to them is there a better end? Everyone has an end.
Yeah, sure.
Is there a better one than this? And well, it might, you know,
I gotta find out who this fucking guy is. Who is he? Why don't you even write a fucking description, dumbass? Even I do that. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I had to scroll. All right, you did one. Fuck you. Peter Godfrey Smith is a professor of history and philosophy. Oh, fuck off. Of science at the University of Sydney and author of Other Minds. So this fuck wrote a book about the octopus, the sea, and the deep origins of consciousness. He's particularly interested in cephalopods. Oh, man.
you know, you might go on for longer. That's certainly true. But as far as the intrinsic properties of the ending are concerned,
I'm sorry that this whole stream is just ranty. There's not really it's not a very dynamic stream is what I'm saying. I think it does, Felix. I think you nailed it. Well, being a pseudo-intellectual requires that. There are actually smart people out there. But as we've seen, dumb people can get doctorates. Look, let's face it. To go through school, to go through a graduate program, requires a lot of work. It does. It requires some critical thinking. But essentially, what it really comes down to is passing. And to pass, you basically just need to follow instructions. And these days, I mean, who the fuck knows? Nowadays, you could probably chat GPT your way to a fucking PhD.
there are better and worse options.
Yes.
And the idea that all options have to be thought of as sort of comparable, I resist that.
Mhm.
So there are lives worth living and lives worth living end somehow. I don't feel that as pressure on humane farming when you have something that, you know, passes the kinds of tests that I would want to impose. And in the human case, I think things are somewhat different. If someone directly carried this over to sort of, well, we could just raise these humans and use them for transplants or something like that. And,
Yeah, right.
I resist the simple extrapolation because what I would call reasonable valuation in the context of human political affairs and social life, I think is somewhat different from what counts as reasonable valuation of options in the non-human case.
Yeah,
so the idea of it as a sort of direct extrapolation, I
definitely agree
resist.
with you. I'm just trying to figure out why that's the case, right? And I've thought a lot, maybe it's got something to do with human concepts like dignity and autonomy and self-actualization.
And the kinds of projects, self-conscious pursuit of projects that are characteristic of human life.
Which in order to actually think of as a good thing, you would need to be aware that you're doing. But there's always going to be a name the trade argument that you can run. Like, what is it that's true of a
He
human?
is so triggered by name the trade. So triggered by it. He brings it up every time he talks about veganism. He brings up name the trade. I've seen it so many times now. All right, let's hear him fail at name the trait without debating it. Somehow he's brings up name the trait with all these non-vegans and still fails to name the trait. Like you
Human being that's not true of a pig, that makes it okay to do this with pigs, but not to human beings. I mean, like, obviously in the case of factory farming, it's a very difficult thing to justify in either circumstance. But if we're talking about something like, I think it's important to note that, yeah, like something can be bad, but not as bad as something else, right? So I think a vegan would likely say,
Yeah, okay. Why did you bring up name the trait? Because you instantly shifted away from name the trait to, yeah, factory farming's bad, but, you know, the humane farm.
of course, there are better and worse ways to die. And of course, everybody dies at some point. But that doesn't mean that we need to intentionally bring about premature deaths for animals. I think Jeff McMahon basically says that once, now that I'm remembering it, like, it is true that it'd be better for them to exist and necessitate them dying than not. But the act of bringing something into existence infers responsibility. So before that.
Wait, you almost got there. The act of bringing someone into existence. Almost, Alex, you almost got it. Why didn't you get it? You're even doing it. You're fisting. Look at this. The act of someone being brought into existence requires that we fist cows. Alex, you even subconsciously did it.
Animal exists, it would be better for them to exist and then be inevitably killed than not exist at all. But once that animal does exist, you now have a duty not to prematurely
That's
kill
what
it.
McMahon says.
I have a feeling he
interesting.
at least like toyed with that idea. I don't want to put, like, you know, words in his mouth, but I'm sure I remember this from a while ago. It's been a while since I've read his work.
Yeah, it's interesting thought.
And so, yeah, and they might say a similar kind of thing. So yeah, of course it makes sense to say I'd rather live that life than not live that life at all. But intuitively, we just, it's not just like, oh, I kind of want to resist this extrapolation. We say, like, if you were...
He just can't. He can't think this through. He can't. He is not a smart individual. A lot of people get confused that someone's smart because they have a full vocabulary. Doesn't mean you're smart. It means you exist in a world where people use vocabulary like this. Doesn't mean you're smart. He cannot critically think. He is a dumbass, a straight up dumbass. There is nothing going on.
Raising human beings in order to harvest their organs, and you gave them a good life, but you killed them when they were 30, we would say unambiguously, like, that is almost trivially unethical.
No shit.
And but I share your intuition that, like, for a cow, that doesn't seem as bad. But what I'm looking for is what it is that's true of a cow that makes it not bad.
He's running name the trait. He's running name the trait. Run it on yourself, dumb fuck. Run name the trait on yourself.
If true of the human being, would also make it okay to do it with the human being. You know what I mean?
Funny.
That to me is a very, very difficult question to answer. I don't know if you have any.
You know, he
but
does
really
this.
Unethical.
He does this thing where I want to know what's the trait, and it's a very difficult question to answer. He concedes as he talks about name the trait that it's impossible to get around the pure hypocrisy, the pure contradictions. With all these big words that he uses in his debate, he can't fucking wrap his head around it's wrong to fist animals.
And but I share your intuition that, like, for a cow, that doesn't seem as bad. But what I'm looking for is what it is that's true of a cow that makes it not bad. That if true of the human being, would also make it okay to do it to the human being. You know what I mean?
But first of all, stop using name the trait as though you thought of it. Like, he does this thing where he's naming a very well-known argument, or, you know, what do you call it? I don't know. He's using this very thing that's so well known in the vegan community, the vegan animal rights community, this name the trait argument. And he keeps bringing it up as though it's like he thought of it. And then he always bails them out and himself out right away by saying it's a very, very difficult question.
That to me is a very, very difficult question to answer. I don't know if you have any kind of thought on that. Yeah, like when I was a vegan, I used to run this name the trait argument, and I still run it today as a philosophical idea. But
yeah, you're doing it right now. And by the way, this guy's inability to answer. This is what I learned from Debug Your Brain, Justin. Don't bail them out. Let them sit and stew in their discomfort.
But literally, to me, it's a very, very difficult question to answer. I don't know if you have any kind of thought on that. Yeah, like when I was a vegan, I used to run this name the trait argument, and I still run it today as a philosophical idea. But I would literally imagine taking a human being in a gas chamber.
Bail them out. That guy was trying so hard to think of something, and fucking Alex over here couldn't sit with it. Too uncomfortable for Alex. He should have just waited.
As we kill pigs. And saying, okay, like, we're going to like...
Sorry, I haven't kept up with the chat. Let me just make sure. He is exceptionally annoying, Felix. Local fisting. It is, it is. Doggo is here. What's up, Doggo? Doggo, we reacted to that PETA, the second PETA hit piece. And I read your very helpful comment, by the way, on the whole euthanasia thing. Because, of course, we had to go there. Yeah, so anyway, I appreciate that, Doggo.
Or maybe you start with the pig. So there's a pig in a gas chamber, and that's how we kill the majority of pigs in this country. And then you sort of say, okay, well, let's like give that pig a different number of legs.
Shouldn't, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely not. And so for people who...
We shouldn't.
You think that it's like, okay, I start sort of saying, if you had a human being in the gas chamber, let's say that you
This
gave that
fucking
human
thing
being...
It's called Within Reason.
4 legs instead of 2. Is it now okay to put them in the gas chamber? No, it's not. Well, what if I gave him pink skin? Or what if I lowered his intelligence? And there's no point at which you go, okay, now it's okay. And so what I'm saying is...
So try it.
Is let's do the same thing. Let's give that human being pink skin. Can I now raise them with the intention of intentionally killing them?
Yeah,
you know?
It's this kind of simple mapping between the human and non-human context that I...
Just bail out. Bail out. You can't do it.
I do find problematic.
Yeah.
You find it problematic. You fucking sat there for like 5 seconds? Just fucking synapses firing. Your brain was just fucking going haywire. And then Alex bailed you out.
Not just because it's easy to say something that can out of context sound appalling.
Yeah.
But because
right.
I think that there's such
you mean like kind of like everything you're saying? Which sounds appalling in context?
thing as being part of the human community. And there are forms of valuation and policy choice and valuation and policy choice that go with that and are deeply embedded with that. And there are different forms of evaluation and policy choice that we as the human community properly apply to other beings. Now, there are moral pictures like utilitarianism that would very much kind of smooth over the differences and assert as much continuity as possible between the two cases. I don't think that's compulsory to,
how much longer
to emphasize the continuities.
Okay, let me pull up y'all's recommendations before they get way too high up on the chat. Victoria and Felix sent stuff. Okay, got the Felix one here. Ooh, Lauren Gazzola. Good choice. Good choice. Lauren Gazzola, by the way, guys, is one of the Shack members, one of the Shack 7, did prison time, American activist, works in press, now her service to the movement is working in sort of a more press. She's fairly private. I shouldn't really talk about her. She's a very private person. But yeah, she's awesome. Let me in Victoria's video. Let's see what Victoria sent me. Lecture from the founder of the Danish Vegan Political Party. Okay. All right. We're almost there, guys. We'll do them in order that y'all sent them. So we'll do Felix and then Victoria's video.
Across the two cases, I think it's this. I'm not an emotivist, but I am a kind of Simon Blackburn has a phrase which I think of as a sort of umbrella term for various views.
What's up, Has Vegan? Nice to see you.
Non-representationalist fun.
As we are just ranting. How long have I been going? Apart from, I don't know. I have too many tabs open. For hours we've been ranting. Apart from the Plant Geezer video we started with, it's just been one solid rant.
Functionalism about morality. That's a term I would use of myself. I'm a functionalist about valuation, including moral valuation. I don't think we're representing discrete moral facts when we do this, but there are reasoned forms of valuation, and that means there are less reasonable forms of valuation. I'm striving for reasoned and reasonable forms of valuation. And I think, at least provisionally at the moment, that part of this could include a kind of unwillingness to sort of directly easily shift between the human and non-human cases. So I resist the kind of the thought experiment path that you're taking us down.
I think also nowadays, in terms of the fact that when you put it in those terms, like taking a human being and giving him 4 legs and pink skin and a curly tail, it does make you think, like actually, it is really difficult to draw a line between humans and pigs. But my regular
I think that Alex is just coping so hard with the fact that he knows he's wrong. He knows he is wrong. And name the trait is like a dagger. He knows he can't do it. And it's eating him alive.
listeners will know that I also love talking about this idea called mereological nihilism, which is the view that there are sort of no proper parts to objects, and objects really are just arrangements.
Let's just waffle for a bunch of let's just waste people's time while you waffle about your philosophical beliefs.
Of the same physical matter.
Point, Alex. We don't have all day.
That we just put labels on, to the extent that this isn't just true of ethics and the treatment of animals and human beings. If I took this chair and I removed the arms, is it still a chair? If I give it 3 legs instead of 2, what if it's only got 2 legs?
I'm not following how this relates to the.
I'm not following any of this dumb shit either. Just shut up, Alex, and just fucking get to the point.
Because
thought experiment.
I think that there is a difficulty in just defining the boundaries of any object.
Go vegan, dumbass.
I think it's very difficult to define. I mean, the famous example is a cloud.
Sorry, I know that was quite loud. Hope nobody was wearing headphones.
Like where a cloud begins and ends, and what counts as part of the cloud or part of another cloud. Any object questioned or interrogated in terms of like, what is the trait about this object that makes it count as this object and not that object, is an impossible task in all areas of philosophy. And I think that when you do it with a chair or with a cloud, people go, oh, that's really difficult. But when you do it with a pig or a human, it's similarly difficult, but it's not uniquely difficult to that case. And yet we still want to talk about individual clouds and chairs as being distinct from tables. So I think we can still meaningfully talk about pigs and humans being meaningfully different, even if we can't.
Well, I think we can
precisely.
I mean, so I resist the mereological nihilism across the board. But also just more directly, there's a whole network of psychological and other features that makes a human being very different.
Right.
I think just so y'all can understand a little bit why I am so like annoyed with these guys. I think my least favorite kind of human being on the earth is a pseudo intellectual who has a big platform that they don't deserve. And that's what these two fucks have. It's really fucking annoying. They don't deserve the platform that they have. This pretentious ass fucking setup and everything. Like, these are the guys that have like every amount of privilege on the planet. Fucking Oxford University, fucking money, fucking surrounded by people who can use big words, surrounded by content, books, you can think, you can discuss things, and they don't get it. This is the scum of the fucking earth right here. Scum. Absolute fucking filth scum right here. This is why we have shit in the world, because fucking pseudo-intellectual dumbasses like this fucking bring us all this dumb shit.
From a pig.
Hate it.
And a bunch of those are morally relevant. So the superficial leg number, skin type stuff, I don't think it has much.
Shut the fuck up, scumbag.
It has much weight if we're not supposing a psychological profile and a kind of cultural and social embedding of a human-like kind.
Yeah. Well, what I mean to say is that another argument I would use, particularly in my vegan advocacy back in the day, would be to like, imagine you're here and a pig's over here, and you have this evolutionary tree which connects you to a common ancestor, right? Imagine if you took the line of your ancestry down to that common ancestor, and you took every single one of those animals along that tree, and you resurrected them and stood them all in a line. On one end, you've got a human, on the other end, you've got a pig, and you've got...
This makes me wish I still drank alcohol.
this line in between of gradual change, right? That would probably go to a simpler life form, then a less simple life form. And at some point, you'd have to sort of draw this line as to where this thing becomes relevantly human, morally different to this creature, like further down the line. And it becomes very difficult to draw that line. And so what I mean to say is, even if there are important psychological distinctions, in principle, it's very difficult to define like exactly what it is that we think is morally relevant and exactly what counts as having that thing and not having that thing. But the reason I'm bringing it up is, I suppose, to offer my response on air to this like problem of naming the trait, which is that naming the trait is not just a unique moral phenomenon for animal treatment. It is a fundamental difficulty in all of philosophy, to the extent that...
Actually, it's not, Alex. It's only difficult for people who are fucking full of shit. For people who aren't full of shit, it's just completely logical, easy to follow, easy to understand, and leads to veganism. And you know that. Oh, God. It is so eating him alive.
Philosophers can't agree on what a chair is.
That actually makes me a little bit happy that this name the trait thing is living rent-free in Alex's brain.
That would be how I would approach sort of answering that issue. But I just wanted to flag for the listeners.
Since you're so obsessed with name the trait, Alex, why don't you get on Vegan Games' stream and debate him on it? Or why don't you go on Avi's stream and debate him on it? Or ask yourself, who I believe came up with name the trait, why don't you go have a conversation with him? Would that be too exposing of your bullshit? Alex, why don't you invite one of them onto your pretentious little fucking podcast here? And I'm sure Isaac will go and sit there in front of your little stupid ass fucking fireplace, sit with your fucking books, and own your little ass.
Yeah, and I
That's the approach that I would take.
resist
It
the
would be different to yours.
generalization
Yeah.
to the general mereological questions.
Nah, too hard. Too hard. Let's just have all these hypocrites come on and let me waffle around name the trait and talk about it. It's just so cringe and so cowardly. I'm pretty sure all these guys have reached out to Alex. I'd be shocked if they haven't. I think they've said that they have. Do it. Do it.
Well, clearly we've identified
talking about it without actually engaging on it. It's cowardly. That's cowardly. Are you mad because Richard made a video making fun of how you can't eat food? One of my favorite videos, by the way. One of my favorite videos. Richard had the bowl and he's like, I don't know how to eat food. I don't know why I did Arnold Schwarzenegger or Sverrier there. I don't know. Guess I felt a little uncomfortable doing the voice. That's probably it. That's probably it. I'm glad it's fun to listen to for you, doggo. I hope it is. I hope we're getting something from that. I don't know what.
Provide some areas in which we disagree, at least in our sort of where our basic intuitions point us, with me sort of taking panpsychism kind of seriously, you thinking it's ridiculous, so it sounds, our different approach to dealing with like the name, the trait.
Oh, the point was, though, he's upset because Richard called him a little fucking man baby and made fun of him for shitting his pants. So he won't actually talk to the people, the main dudes using name the trait, who use it in every vegan debate, just about every one of them. He won't talk to them. Nope. But he'll talk about it and how difficult it is for him.
Argument and stuff like that. But an undeniable point of agreement between us is the the amazing reality of the
I just want to
an
hear
undeniable point of agreement
I feel like that was a little window into Alex there.
between us is the the amazing reality of the way that different brains are functioning in different animals, and the extent to which we need to take seriously even these most sort of unintuitively moral agents like shrimp. You know, you look at a shrimp and you find it very difficult to empathize with such a creature. That it still is
Until you
something that
hang out
matters.
with them.
Until you hang out with them, indeed. I mean, when you said earlier, like, oh, I like hang out with an octopus or something like that, it was, it's the kind of thing that might make someone
Is
be
this
like,
fucking dude, not him,
like, oh,
the
you
other
just like
dude?
are you just like, you know, having a laugh? Are you sort of using that phrase in the way that you might talk about hanging out with a shrimp because you're sort of just being funny, or do you
Yeah.
really
No, I
feel as
really
though
mean
you're
it.
like,
Yeah.
So do you eat shrimp? I'm not going to give this guy more airtime. But
having fun with
we'll
these
finish
creatures?
this.
Do these creatures like have fun? Do they like play? Does it ever feel like, or do we observe like behaviors in animals that just seems like messing around essentially?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is interesting that Alex is asking, do these animals play? Do shrimps play? The suggestion being that maybe we ought not kill them. And I'm pretty sure we have pretty ample evidence. Well, I know we do. We have ample footage of cows, pigs, chickens playing.
With octopuses, I think lots of what they do is messing around. They're exploratory animals. They're always looking for new angles on
Do you eat octopus?
what's around them, and they like new objects. They like novelty.
Hmm.
And yeah, they play that when they climb on your gear and things like that, which a lot of octopuses like to do. I think that's a play-like exploratory behavior, and they just seem to enjoy it. I wouldn't try that in the shrimp case. I think that the striking experiences I was talking about there, that was probably a kind of exploration that makes a certain kind of sense ecologically, given how the animals live. It's not undirected play-like behavior. Perhaps I'm not completely sure, but right, I think you can hang out with all sorts of surprising non-human agents.
Yeah. Well, we definitely just don't know what's going on in there, right? Like all the science in the world can hardly give us an insight into what that experience must be like. And
I think we'll get there. I don't think that's always going to be the case.
You think?
Yeah.
Well, one can hope.
I think that.
And then what are you going to do, Alex? Are you going to keep shit in your pants? Huh? Then what? Are you scared, Alex, what the implications will be when your Oxford buddies tell you that, yeah, shrimp are extremely sentient? Then what? What then, Alex? Will you run name the trait on the shrimp?
Lines of evidence, pieces of the puzzle can come together in ways.
What a stupid motherfucker. All right, let's switch it up. Let's check out Lauren Gazzola. Don't make vegans look bad and other mistakes are oh God. Yep. Is anything on the screen? Yeah, has. Always factory farming. Always. Sorry, I scrolled up and I saw how long before he sits down with Ali Tabrizi. Oh yeah, I can definitely see that one coming. What a fucking shit show that would be. I have to be honest, Haz. I have to be completely honest.
So, don't make vegans look bad. Don't make vegans look bad. It's a
I'm sorry, Lauren. I'm sorry. I had to watch Alex O'Connor. What? Don't put that on me.
simple, obvious.
Blame whoever sent that. Someone recommended that. I forget who recommended that. Blame them.
Uncontroversial assumption. It's an assumption in our movement, and I think that it's wrong. And I want to talk about assumptions in our movement. Operating principles that seem so obvious, they go unquestioned. Now you know I was one of the Shack 7. Well into prison, I was really wedded to Shack-style campaigning. I continued to believe it was the most strategic and effective way to make change. And my first stirrings of doubt about that made me very uncomfortable. It was a forced reevaluation of tactics and strategy that I had taken as gospel, as self-evidently effective. It was a difficult but important reckoning, and I think our movement overall needs something similar, to question the beliefs that seem most obviously true. And if you come away from my talk today with more questions than answers, then I have succeeded, because I think that should be our movement's MO. So what I'm going to talk about is drawn from my article in Satya. I hope that you get an opportunity to read it, as well as the other wonderful essays that are in there. So the first—
Is this going to make me upset, Felix? I haven't seen this.
assumption I'm going to talk about is don't make vegans look bad. This seems obviously true. When we look bad, people don't want to be like us. They don't want to go vegan.
I know, but when I haven't been hitting the gym. I said I would. I haven't done it in a little while. So I take your point, Lauren. I will do it.
The assumption underlying that is that we can cut out the looking bad without losing necessary components of social change. I think we need to recognize that whether we look good or bad is determined by social norms. And those are really useful guides when what we want to do is conform to those norms. But they are really crummy guides when what we want to do is change those norms. I want to argue that we should look bad. When we soften our message, tamp down our protests, speak up less strongly for animals in order to look bad, we sacrifice our efficacy. Take, for example, a protest near a meat case in a restaurant. Many think this is harmful to the movement because it makes animal rights activists look bad. But why? There's nothing inherently illogical or nonsensical about this. We oppose violence against animals. We oppose eating animals. When we protest in these spaces, we are protesting near products of violence against animals. We are protesting against eating animals. Why doesn't it make sense to protest directly next to the thing that we are trying to stop? So the issue is that not that this is nonsensical. Rather, it goes against dominant narratives that obscure the inherent logic of this kind of action. They look strange because they violate social norms. norms that say animals are food, norms that say whether we should eat them is a private, personal choice, and most problematically, norms that say animal rights is not sufficiently important for us to stand up in those spaces and demand that people pay attention and stop. These kinds of norms are what prompt dismissals like there is a time and a place for protest. This is what we engage in when we say it is inappropriate or ridiculous to protest directly next to the thing that we oppose. On the contrary, I think it is ridiculous to say that we should not protest directly next to the thing that we oppose.
100% I agree. I thought she was going to be making the other point that we shouldn't be doing that.
And I think we can all...
But wait, but okay. We're going to hear her out. Don't worry, guys. We're watching the whole vid. But she said she started to question in prison the Shaq-style activism. So I'm just curious where we get.
Think of historical examples where the early challengers to oppressive social norms were mocked and ridiculed. So without reducing or equating complex oppressions or movements, without claiming that the struggles are over, I think we can remember that the Stonewall rioters were ridiculed. I think we can
I
remember
wonder if she's going to come out against home demos. Let's see.
that early civil rights sit-ins, people who were doing early civil rights sit-ins were told that they looked bad, that this was not effective, that they shouldn't do this, that they made the movement look bad, and that the idea of women gaining the vote was originally deemed laughable. I think, on the contrary, we should do more of the things that make us look bad. I think that the only way out...
Yes. Wait, I don't get it. I don't understand. What? That whole preamble about the questioning the Shaq campaign. I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
Bad is through it. If these actions don't make sense, our job is not to stop doing them. It is to make them make sense. The way to successfully challenge social norms is to normalize the challenge to them. We should, thank you. I did think that was pretty quotable.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
We should be the change we want to see.
There was no Chat GPT. She's just smart.
In the world, not primarily in a way in which we're living our own values in our personal lives, but about creating the world that we want by doing it. And I want to make a note on normalization for a second. Bear with me here. I'm really going to drive my point home.
There's our boy.
Right.
So many Wayne sightings in this video, in this stream.
Can you hear me? Yeah, you can clap for that. That's already clappable. So when I got out of prison, everyone was wearing skinny jeans and ballet flats, and I thought to myself, when did the 1980s come back? That looks ridiculous. I will never wear it. Now, I'm not quite saying that our moral beliefs are as shallow as our fashion choices, but I am emphasizing that we pick up our values, we pick up what we think looks normal and right from our community. And if we want people
This is from 2016.
to be outraged about what's happening to animals, we should act that way ourselves. And eventually...
I think. Isn't that right? Isn't that what you said, Felix?
Thank you. Now, not all looking bad is created equal. If we look bad because we violate social norms that are good, for example, if our animal rights activism is sexist, then looking bad is not helpful.
And she might be alluding to PETA right now.
Not that I'm saying sexism is over, but nobody will say it's good. In this example, looking bad isn't ineffective because looking bad is inherently bad. It's bad because sexism is bad. I also don't think it's helpful to look bad because the focus is on our bad tactics. And in this, I would actually include a lot of the Shaq campaign, where the discussion was about smoke bombs and not about animal rights. I think we want to look bad in a very particular way. We want to look bad because we are speaking up strongly for animals. We want to look bad because people are telling us to relax, this is not important, and we are responding by saying that it is. If we are told that what we are doing is inconvenient, impolite, inappropriate, laughable, ridiculous, because this issue is not important, because it is not an emergency, that is the kind of looking bad we should not shy away from. We want to look bad in a way that wouldn't look bad for some other issue. We want to look bad in a way that wouldn't look bad if those meat cases were full of dogs and cats. To be clear, I don't disagree that animal rights activists look bad when they protest in grocery stores or when they protest in restaurants. I disagree that looking bad means we should stop. We need more of it, not less. The second assumption that I want to question is inherent in Don't Make Vegans Look Bad. And that is that the way to make change, the way to create a vegan society, is to change individuals one by one. Our standard operating procedure is that we make vegans or reduce the amount of meat that people eat. They stop eating animals or they reduce how many animal products they buy. We put animal agriculture out of business, or at least we reduce the number of animals who are killed. I think there are many things to critique in this standard operating procedure. The one that I'm going to focus on is the assumption that the fastest way to change society is to focus on individual behavior. Because I agree. If I saw people marching into a restaurant where I was eating and yelling about something that I didn't believe in, their protest wouldn't change my mind. And if the goal is to change the person directly in front of you, then yelling and chanting and being obstinate is not going to do it. But that is not the purpose of the
Right. So that's not the purpose of the grocery store demonstration, is not to turn the people vegan in that grocery store. I'm going to disagree with Lauren here, and I think agree with a lot of you all that I do believe focusing on individual change is valuable. It's not the only thing that we should be doing, though. I don't think this is a strong disagreement. It may be that she comes down that it's just way more effective to focus on the bigger picture, which she is probably right about that. I don't think we even disagree on that. I do think it's more valuable. But I also think it is very important to hold people to account for their actions. For instance, especially when it comes to people like the last video we just saw, people with platforms who are spewing nonsense to their hundreds of thousands of followers. It is important to call that bullshit out. And I do think it is important to create more vegans because those are our allies. Those are our activists. All these claims that we have all these activists just beating down our door, they would be joining us if not for the vegans who make them uncomfortable. It's just, I've never seen it. I've never seen these non-vegans who are just scrambling to join the animal rights movement. Now you could say it's because of the vegans that insist that everybody's a vegan. I also just don't see a lot of that either at activism events. I don't see it. I see it on YouTube. I see it what we're doing right now. Anyway, I'll shut up. Let me catch up on the chat. What up, Victoria? You're behind. That's okay. It is like 40 minutes, so I don't know if maybe we'll do it. We'll see. We'll see how the momentum is. All right, let's continue.
These protests. The purpose of the protest is not to act on individuals, but to act on society directly.
Right.
And I'm going to use an example to illustrate this of Occupy Wall Street.
Yes, but real quick, that's the goal of almost most protests. So it's not an effective measure to measure something whether or not people have gone vegan from a protest. Sorry, I'll just let her keep talking.
On the one hand, we can argue that Occupy failed. The occupations dissolved, inequality persists, and we have seen few concrete policy changes. On the other hand, there's a way to understand Occupy Wall Street as enormously successful. It forced inequality and corporate greed onto the table.
Same as the Shack campaign, which you could argue failed, or you could argue was so successful that it forced the government to come in and bail Huntington out. But, you know, we have to be realistic, though, that the end result was that the lab stayed open. But that doesn't mean that the activists didn't kick major ass, which they did.
Into the public discourse in a way that it had not been in a long time. We have seen efforts at concrete policy changes that followed or were strengthened by Occupy Wall Street, such as the Fight for 15 to raise the minimum wage. It motivated people to act, swelled the numbers of people who were acting, and compelled political bodies to concede to these demands. We have seen debate at the highest levels of political office, a presidential campaign in which inequality is a major issue. Bernie Sanders' candidacy is the big deal it is because of Occupy. I think Occupy was successful in these ways. And I think the critiques of Occupy's ostensible failure or admitted shortcomings merely focus on the ways in which it was not sufficient, which is fine. But the things that Occupy achieved were absolutely necessary. And if we could achieve that for animal rights, that would be a huge step forward. My main point of using Occupy as an example is that Occupy changed the world immediately. Occupy changed the world immediately. Overnight, we went from a society in which Occupy had not happened into one in which it had. Suddenly, we lived in a society where masses of people had acted provocatively, disruptively, and with firm moral conviction to oppose economic inequality. And what did this do? It prompted discussion, massive public debate about inequality, articles, op-eds, news coverage, academic papers. It yielded mobilization. People came out to occupy in their own cities. They joined occupations. Suddenly, there was a place to go in which to act out your opposition to economic inequality. It caused polarization. With the renewed debate, people took sides. It prompted concrete campaigns, as I've already mentioned, such as the Fight for 15 and Bernie Sanders' campaign that carried forward the issue to actually enact change in policy. And it prompted both condemnation and praise of what the occupiers were doing. Importantly, ultimately, that condemnation did not discredit the issue. That's what a debate is. Some people will condemn you. We need all of these things in animal rights. We need more and deeper public debate about the fundamental issue. Even condemnation of what we're doing is helpful. Every time we compel someone to say that animal rights is not important, that is an opportunity for us to say that it is.
Just like with this stupid ass PETA video, gave us a lot of chance to talk about PETA's good work, recommend some books, learn about Rod Coronado, all kinds of stuff. It was an opportunity. Thank you, Ablaze.
We need mobilization, and we need people to take sides. Right now, you don't need to have a position on animal rights. Compare that to an issue like marriage equality. Do you know anybody who doesn't have a position on that? We need to force people to take sides. I think the title of this talk is very fitting. The Power of Social Change. I want to emphasize the power of acting directly on society, putting activity out into the world, rather than trying to change individuals in an unchanged world. When our movement thinks about social change, we think about individuals. We ask, what is the best argument to change behavior? Is it health? Is it ethics? Is it environmental concerns? Should we fixate on vegan purity? The question is, what will cause someone to change themselves in an unchanged world? It's thinking of individual change as a vehicle to collective change. I am not so interested in those questions. The question I want to ask and answer is, what kind of world does someone need to live in order for them to pay attention to and form an opinion about and change their behavior regarding animals? And then I don't know what this sentence means. I don't know what the sentence means. Anyway, I'll read the next sentence. So then I want to figure out what kind of world that is, and then I want to put the things that need to be in that world out into the world. And I have to imagine it involves people standing up strongly for animals. I'm not interested in what people thought about inequality before Occupy. I'm similarly not interested in what causes someone in this society, as it stands now, to decide to be a vegan. I'm not interested in pushing them to change their behavior based on a decontextualized argument. I want to create a debate for them to pick from. I want to create social factions for them to align themselves with. I'm interested in opinions before and after provocative public action. I'm interested in opinions on inequality before and after Occupy. And I'm interested in opinions on animal rights before and after our movement gets it together to engage in massive, widespread, provocative public activity for animals. I'm talking open rescue, mass sit-ins, disruptions of prominent public events, when we create a massive public debate and there are sides to choose from. To do that, we need to understand our audience. Our audience is not the people in the grocery store or the restaurant whose shopping and dining we are disrupting. It is not the public, an undifferentiated mass of people with a single reaction to our protests. We think our job is to directly make vegans. I think our job is to make activists who will join us in putting provocative public activity out into the world that dramatizes.
Agreed. And yes, we should focus on vegans and make them into activists. And I know I've heard the argument that we have all the vegans we need if we can just turn them into activists. But we also need more vegans. And we can do both. That's the great thing. We don't have to choose which approach we're taking. A lot of the people who are doing work on systemic change also focus on individuals. It doesn't have to be your main focus. But I don't think it's an either or. And yeah, I don't know. A lot of the I have this discussion and debate a lot with people. And I remember not too long ago, a friend of mine was in the position where he had to defend things like vigils and cubes to people who were saying it's not right to focus on, the individual. And I had to point out, and I think it's a good point. I don't know if y'all agree with me. I think it's a good point that a lot of those activists that they're talking about who are working on those systemic change started by doing cubes and vigils, including me and a lot of other people. So do I have a number of like how many vegans I created? I wish I had a counter, but I don't. And AV doesn't know. They can only measure by, they say we had this number of discussions, and I know it's been mocked. it's just an attempt to gauge. But yeah, I don't know. I do think that some of this internal debating that we are having as a movement, while it's great, some of it has been counterproductive and has alienated people and has been counterproductive. And yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's get through here.
This is animal rights. Potential activists, other vegans, people we can get to join us to eventually take massive action, and people who will comment on our activities, journalists, columnists, bloggers, opinion leaders, as they say in communications, which is my profession, whose attention we can get, who will write articles and opinion pieces about the issue we are dramatizing. To close, I want to urge you to be skeptical of beliefs that seem obviously true. When you like an answer about how to make change, because it assures you that you don't need to do something that makes you uncomfortable, question it. Because that kind of discomfort is inherent and unavoidable in challenging dominant beliefs. And challenging dominant beliefs is absolutely necessary to changing the world for animals. Thank you.
Well done, Lauren. That was a good speech. Thank you, Felix. That was really good. Appreciate that. Like I said, I have some slight disagreement, but I really think it's kind of a minor disagreement. But there's a lot of people in our movement who kind of downplay the significance of someone going vegan. And I mean, I would just like to point out that if the person who had suggested to me to watch Earthlings had that mindset, we're sitting in a bar together and she's talking to a guy who says, you know, I've been flirting with like, you know, cutting meat out of my diet. What if she had the mindset, I hope this guy does it, but you know what? If I just focus on individuals, nothing will change. No. Now here we are. You know, like she created an animal rights activist on the spot. And yeah. She could have had this mindset where it didn't matter and we should only focus on the corporations or this thing. And then she would have missed out on me, you know, and my impact. And I'm not saying I've been hugely impactful. Like, again, you can't measure. There are certain things you can measure. There's certain things you can't measure. I know I've had impact on my family. I know I've impacted my friends to some extent. I don't know how many people, if any, have gone vegan that were friends. I know I've impacted people beyond that. I know I've got this platform and stuff. It's small. But, you know, like, I'll go back to the Regan Russell quote, you know, I know if I wasn't doing this, the impact would be zero. So if my impact is slightly above zero, better than zero. Let's check out Victoria's vid. I still got the energy, the momentum. I think it's funny how my own stream pops up. As y'all can see, I've been watching a lot of videos where people just go and troll. And this song, that Hers song, y'all know that one? That song was an earworm for me. This Hers, What Once Was. We can't watch it because it's copyright, obviously. I could have sworn it was Kurt Vile. So I heard it in some restaurant and I had this earworm in my head and I was like, I like Kurt Vile, so I have a bunch of his albums and I'm like scrolling through the albums like, where's this track? Where's this track? I can't find the track because it sounds a lot like him. And then I had to give up. And then I was sitting at a restaurant the other day, did the SoundCloud thing, and I'm like, oh, it's hers. And then I look up hers, and I find out that the duo was killed in an automobile accident in Arizona shortly after putting out 2 short albums. Very sad. So that kind of fed into my, I gotta say, I was feeling kind of depressed today. Pretty depressed. And I think, a lot of our depression often comes from like the music we listen to. I'm not even kidding. What you're listening to. So anyway, I've been blasting that tune when I was riding around today. And it's kind of like a dreamy, you guys know that. You guys probably have heard it if you don't know what I'm talking about. Dreamy, but kind of sad. So anyway, y'all didn't ask for that story, but I told it to you.
It is very important. So at this point, it is very important you remember the first rule. What was the first rule that we talked about? It's not about you, okay? It's about your KPI. Resistance in the movement is inevitable.
He's 27 years young and the founder of the Danish political party Veganpartiet. He used to be a normal person, but was dragged into activism by Michael sitting over here, who we listened to yesterday. When he sent him a report describing how meat production is basically destructive for both Danish nature and also the animal welfare. This report made him cry, he writes to me, and he swore to do whatever it takes to change this. He then made a small documentary and blasted onto social media and created a page called Veganpartiet and never looked back. And since then, he has been received enormous support, and he continues to fight injustices. He states also, which is I think is amazing. He writes, "Despite legal charges, public ridicule, and trauma from entering farms, I will never stop, and neither should you." And with all that said, Henrik.
Thank you. That was awesome. Yeah, thank you, Samuel, so much. So I'm going to apologize in advance because I'm going to go very deep. I'm going to ask you to quit your jobs, to quit everything, quit your life to save the animals. Yeah. So sorry about that. I have a bit of a throat burn at the moment, so hopefully I'll get through it. So my name is Henrik. I was a normal guy, 100%. I'm not that normal anymore. So this is me a while back. This is not me anymore. But so I had a very easy life. I was good in sales, and I was good in technology, which in 2019, 16, 17 gives you an easy life. So I was traveling a lot for fun. I was traveling for sports. I was enjoying my life very much. And then this little dog made me vegan. I don't know if anyone else was turned vegan by a dog, but this dog did. So sad story. This dog fell off the bed and hit his head, and then in a freak way that sparked epilepsy. So I don't know if you know this disease. You get these seizures. You shake. It's very violent, and he was suffering. Yeah, 100%. So I was trying to nurse this dog, like trying to get him through this. I was spending all my money saving this dog, and I experienced suffering in an animal. You know that they get shy like people. They get shy. They get their personalities change. They're not 100% like people, but a lot of the same traits as people when we suffer. The dog died. It's a very sad story. The dog died. So I did a lot of research on YouTube. I'm like, how to comfort a suffering animal. What do you do? What do you do with seizures? What do you do with all this kind of stuff? And then by some coincidence, in related searches, this guy showed up. Anyone knows this guy? James, okay, I'm down with this crowd. I'm not going to apologize then. So this guy's James Asprey. He has an amazing accent. He could talk about anything. I'm happy he talked about veganism because I got sucked into this video. And he had this quote, which is speak up for animals the way you'd want to be spoken for if it was you in their situation. I think this was at maybe 3 in the morning or something. I was researching on YouTube, maybe at 3 I wasn't researching anymore. Anyway, this is where I ended up. And
another good example of someone who focused on individuals, putting out messages to individuals about going vegan. And now here's this guy. An activist.
And this really stuck with me. So I woke up the next morning and I look at my girlfriend. I'm like, we have a problem. I don't want to eat this stuff anymore. And she kind of agreed. She's come along ever since. And so like all new vegans, or like most new vegans, I went on Facebook and I was like, oh, this is horrible. Why are you doing this? Not very effective. But I was like, yeah, the animals probably want me to shame all my friends, so they stopped eating meat as well. That was until I met this guy who's running the camera right now. And then my life really got messed up. This is at a Cube of Truth. Michael was a Cube of Truth organizer. Have you been at a Cube of Truth? Yeah, a few guys? Anyone who didn't raise their hands, I'm going to tell you to go to the Cube of Truth. It's very important. Or any event like it where you do outreach. So Cube of Truth, you stand in a square or a cube You stand like a statue, you hold screens to present to people who walk by what happens in the animal agriculture industry. So people come up to you and they say, why are you showing animal suffering? And then you respond, this is actually just standard industry practice. This is how we do it. This is how we produce meat in 2019, 2018. Whenever I did this, this was in 2018. So I have a background as a video producer, commercial video producer. So I was doing mostly leasing companies, so filming Porsches and Ferraris and putting them on Facebook on the page, and then hopefully someone would lease the car. So not good on CO2, but it was a good living. So I made a video about this cube of truth. I'm like, yeah, sure, I'm gonna bring my camera. It's my first day. So I went vegan. The dog story was in October 17, and this was in, this is in March 18. And I recorded this. This is called an outreach. So this lovely woman is called Constance. She's a French vet living in Copenhagen, not anymore, but she was, talking to a Danish girl. And I didn't have wireless microphones, so I couldn't hear what she was saying. So I was just recording with my phone and then a cable, and she had a microphone somewhere on her. I think it's there, whatever. But when I got back home, I was listening to this sound, and I was amazed. She actually convinced this girl to stop.
I got to get a taller desk or something because I have to like hunch down like this to get to the mic. Sorry to interrupt.
Stop eating. Back home, I was listening to this sound, and I was amazed. She actually convinced this girl to stop eating animal products in one conversation.
Fuck yeah.
I was like, holy moly, I shouldn't be shaming my family anymore. This is the way you do it. So I posted a video, went like semi-viral, and then this guy, Michael, with these cute little eyes, asked, he was like, yo, dude, we could use some video in this movement. We should make a video about the movement, about the animal rights movement in Denmark, because we really need to get people engaged.
It's kind of funny photo. They both look. They're both pretty wide-eyed in that.
To get them fired up. I was like, sure, with my crazy-looking eyes. I was like, sure, let's go for it. So we did. We went around the movement. We went to protests and everything. I think you were already part of protests by then. I wasn't. It was new to me. We filmed these videos. And so one day after one of these protests, I was sitting in this place called Green Burger, where you get vegan burgers. They're delicious. And I was talking to this girl, this lovely young lady. And I was like, I thought I had it all figured out, because now I knew it was outreach. We need to do outreach. We need to do the cube of truth. I'm like, yeah, I got this. So I told her, James Hasbury, speak of animals the way you want to be spoken for, if it was you in their situation. And she's looking at me like, yeah, this is bullshit, man. You're just one of these young activists. You think you can do everything. So she told me, like, do you even know how the animals live? I'm like, yeah, I read this stuff, this. No, she's like, do you know? Like, do you know the smell? Do you know the feeling in the barn? Do you know? Have you ever talked to one of these animals, been around them? And I didn't. So she's like, okay, pick me up at 1 a.m. tonight. And I was intrigued. I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, we're doing this. So next picture is not going to be very nice, but this is the way we're going, right? So I went into this place. So we snuck around a farm in Denmark. This is a standard farm. In Denmark, a pig weighing 100 kilo has 0.65 square meters by law. So that's 80 times 80 centimeters. That's the law, yeah? And that's pretty much how big the pig is. This is where they eat. This is where they defecate, where they pee. Everything is done in this little square. Then maybe you get 10 pigs and you get 6.5 square meters, but it's pretty tight and it's horrible. So when I went into this place, I was like, oh, probably we're going to run away because of a farmer or because it smells bad or whatever. But actually, the reason why we left the place after documenting it was because there was rats everywhere. So in this picture, you have 2 rats, but they were running on these ones. They were everywhere. And I am an animal lover, but rats everywhere made me want to leave. So I went back.
I just want to point out the pipeline that we're talking about here. Dog turned him vegan. James Aspie made him active. Cube of Truth got him to meet this investigator, I suppose. Now we're on to investigations.
And I was like, I got to read up on this stuff. So I'm a geek, just like Michael. Michael, geeks are going to rule the world someday. So I'm like, I'm going to read all this stuff. So I did. I spent 48 hours, I think, reading everything and got myself pretty indoctrinated. I got in front of a green screen so you can cut out the background. And I started explaining this stuff. This was horrifying to read because this statistic shows.
You're too smart, Nilf. Yeah, I should just put some books under the thing. Here I was making fun of Alex O'Connor for being a moron. In my defense, it's just seldom that I notice the problem because we've been going for a while. If this was short, I wouldn't have noticed it.
That 0.59% of chickens, these Rust
So
308 chickens.
So stop pressing me, Nilf. I know that was a veiled way of calling me stupid. Either that or you were just trying to be helpful and I'm being a dick now. Thank you, Nilf. Probably the latter.
That she talked about yesterday, no one who she talked about. So if you walk into a barn with chickens, the normal chickens that we eat, by the way, these have less space than the chickens you have in cages. If you walk into a barn, you'll have to look at 160 chickens in order to find one that's healthy. That's what this report says. The same with our environment. So in Denmark, we are the most heavily farmed country in the world. We were having a competition with Bangladesh for a few years. Now we surpassed them. So we're the country that took the most nature and converted it into intense production in the world. So 60% of our country is agriculture, so crops. And 80% of those crops, I couldn't believe it, are feeding. It's not even for us to eat. Only 10% of our crops we eat, and the rest is like Christmas trees and bio stuff. So I'm like, what's happening? What's happening? It's 50% of our country we used to feed these animals. This is not a socialist thing. This is not even liberal. We don't have the right to roam free. They're producing this in our entire country. And so this next thing really got to me. So what I found out is that is not even enough. We cleared 800,000 acres in South America, mainly in Argentina and Brazil. This is why the rainforest is burning, to feed these animals as well. This wasn't enough. And I looked up statistics. I'm like, but Argentina, we can't do this. They have kids that are malnourished in Argentina. And they are. We are raising their food prices. We are driving whole communities out of these forests just to clear them. We either burn them or we drive them out. We spray with chemicals, pesticides that you can't use in the European Union. And kids grow up with without arms, and they have the diseases and everything. I'm like, what's happening? This can't be true. This is my country. So obviously this happened. I couldn't take it. I've grown up in this amazing country. I had an awesome school. I had a great life.
I'm sorry. I thought he was acting, so I chuckled. It's real. Sorry. Sorry.
I have an awesome family. I couldn't fit into my my puzzle. This was a part of my heritage. This was something that was happening in my country. So I went on and explained the rest. Explained how many chickens we do this to, how many da. All the information, got through it. And this is where I'm going to tell you to bake a cake, yeah? Okay, let's take a while. Cook with this recipe I wrote, because this is not a solution. This is a recipe for one cake. Maybe you don't like this cake, but this is the cake that I'm baking, and this is the way I think that you, because I'm not talking to you as a group, I'm talking to you as an individual. You have to take upon yourself to save these animals, because by now the animals have not been saved. The environment has not been saved, so it's not something that we are going to do, because if it was, it
I know, Nil.
would have happened. So this is up to you. You have to do this. So first thing, so we have a recipe, okay? This is the setting for the rest of the talk, is that we're going to save the animals, or you're going to save the animals. Every single one of you. You're going to decide to save the animals right now. It's on you, yeah?
It's on us.
So first rule is that this can't be about you. If this is about you, you're not going to succeed, because you're going to make mistakes. You're going to want to have followings. You're going to want to have everything. If it's about you, you're not going to succeed, because at some point you're going to be like, this is not good for me. Because this is not a healthy cake we're baking. This is bad for you to do this stuff, but it's necessary. The same way it's necessary to go to war, that's not good for you either. So it's not about you. Find your key performance indicator. That's something you use in the corporation. You have a key performance indicator, so you have either a number or a churn rate or sales or customer acquisition. So you have something that you want to achieve, yeah? And focus on that. So whenever you have to make a decision, you got to think, is this serving my key performance indicator or is it serving me? So my key performance indicator is amount of animal suffering. And I want to stress the fact that it's amount of animal suffering and not amount of animal suffering. Because I'm not a welfarist. I don't want bigger cages. I don't want nicer feeding. I'm an abolitionist, so I want this to end, yeah? Because it's not necessary anymore. We don't need this anymore. And like Lars just told me, we can live happy, healthy lives without this stuff. So first step, yeah? So we're going to save the animals, yeah? Are you with me? Each and every one of you, you're going to do this, yeah? So first thing you need to do is you need to understand questions, misunderstandings, and where this lack of motivation for other people to focus on your KPI. Where's this coming from? Why is everyone else not doing it? And the best way to learn about that is, it could be any other, like street activism with this outreach that you have conversations. The one that I've been using is the Cube of Truth. So you go to the Cube of Truth, you stand around this square, and you start talking to people. You talk to people, you get all these questions, yeah, but lions eat animals. What about protein? We've always been doing it. We're top of the food chain. And they're good answers for all these questions, but you got to know. And I'll tell you later why it's very important to know, because you're going to get into a shitstorm later. So you're going to talk to these people. These were hard.
KPI.
So you talk to these people, and then old, young.
Key performance indicator. We just learned it, NIL. Does anybody know what NIL stands for? Do we know? There's some debate over what it stands for. I mean, I know that something's written there that says no injustice lasts forever, but it's also been said by others, not by me, that it stands for nobody I'd like to fuck. Who's to say? Who's to say? I don't know. He described it, Nilf. I wasn't listening. It's like his focus, all right? He had to focus on something to focus on, okay? And instead of the word focus, he called it a key performance indicator. And he said it's amount of animals suffering, not in the labor force. There's all kinds of different things.
Everyone you get, so within, I think, maybe 5 or 10 events, you're going to know pretty much all the questions, yeah? And then all of a sudden, this is going to happen to you. You're going to get a conversion. So you're actually going to convince someone to stop eating animals. And if you were to save as many animals as you do when you convince someone not to eat them, you'd have to be rescuing kids out of trees all the time. Because she's going to eat three times a day. Morning, lunch, and dinner, she's going to be eating animals. You can't save 3 animals. You can't even save 1 animal every day because you're going to want a day off. But this is your subscription service, yeah? So when you get her signed on to the subscription of not hurting animals, you're going to be saving animals every day. You're going to talk to more people. This guy agreed not to eat animals for a week. I don't know if he did, but he agreed not to. And he thanked me. He thanked me for this the same way that if I ever am lucky enough to meet James Ashby, I'm going to thank him for doing this for me.
You should just reach out to him like I did. I just sent him an email and he wrote back. James is a very nice guy, by the way. He focuses too much on his haters, but he's gotten a bad rap. He's very lovely.
These guys, I think these guys were even Norwegian, either Norwegian or Swedish. And they wanted to do it as well. So we have this thing called the vegan challenge. So it's not. So we go through this whole thing. Why don't you do it? But they're going to need resources. So we have these resources. We point them to a vegan challenge. They can.
Fun fact: James Ashby's the very first interview on my channel. Very first. Fun fact: James Ashby is the very first interview we did on Wayne's channel. I don't think it's the first one we published, though. We didn't publish them in order. But I'm pretty sure that's right. James Ashby is the first interview I had done in at least 6 years.
Take people, mentors work for free to help them get into this. Like, what are you going to cook? Like, and these people work for free. So if you want like a spaghetti bolognese, a carbonara, or whatever, you write these guys. You get part of a Facebook group. You write these guys and you say, okay, so how do I make this? How do I actually make this happen now that I decided to? Okay, step 1 complete. Now we are lean, mean, outreaching machines. Yeah. So we know all the answers to all the questions. So we're different now. Yeah. We're not gonna get into these petty debates with friends and family anymore, because we understand now that it's about asking questions. It's a Socratic way of selling. It's about asking questions. That's the most effective way. And we know that if someone says, yeah, but I like bacon, we don't say, yeah, but you're so bad because you like bacon. Because we learned that it's better to say, you know, I know exactly how you feel. I felt the same way. But what I found was that I'm now happy and healthy or something. So you put them into a group of people. Or you say, I have friends who feel the same.
But if you have a YouTube channel where people reward you for going on rants and say it's fun to listen to Jeremy rant, then sometimes you have to just rant. You know, it's Doggo's fault. Doggo rewarded my behavior. I forget this guy's name. What's his name? I need his name. Where is it? Damn it. Oh, look. Victoria. He says tag James Ashby. What are you, Jimmy Cashby now? Are you? Come on. James, damn it. I'm going to send it to him.
The same, but you know what they found?
This was probably years ago, though.
Group, and then you take that whole group and move it. So it's not just on them to be a better person or something. It's like, yeah, you're fine. You're absolutely normal. Everyone's like you. But what everyone found is that this is da-da-da. So you learn these sales techniques. Yeah, let's meet this guy again. So we become better, yeah? There's a shortcut. So I'll tell everyone, go to these demonstrations, 100%. You really should do this. But there's a shortcut, and that is this guy. How many know this guy? Earthling Ed. He's amazing. He's done this 30...
Who's that? Earthling Ed.
Excuses, 30 days, 30 excuses. So 30 videos on YouTube that you can go check out. It has everything, but it's a religion, everything in moderation. All these.
Oh, that's that guy. That's that YouTube channel that's struggling so bad. We keep trying to help him out. We keep trying to help out this Earthling Ed guy. I didn't know, like, you know, back in the day, like people were trying to help him out too. He was trying to help. It's just something about Ed, you know, we just want him to succeed. He keeps trying, but that YouTube channel. Stick with it, Ed. Stick with it. You too could one day. You know what I'm thinking? Just like if I was Ed and I had like the number of people on his channel, well, he does a lot of good work. So let me just clarify that. Maybe this would be a distraction. But if I had those kinds of numbers, I'd be going live all the time, like I'm doing now. I feel like the lives are, I don't know. They're good, right? I mean, we enjoy them. That's true. That's true, Lewis. Henry. His name's Henry, huh? Okay. Yeah. We do need more angry vegans. Just so that we you know, just so that we live up to the stereotype. That's true. You got to have mad skill to pull off these lives, you know. Thank you, Victoria, for recognizing my skill set. Takes a lot of skill to do what I do, guys. Sure, you guys might think it looks easy. You might think I'm just playing a video, pausing it every now and then and talking. Oh, no, no, no. This is very calculated, mathematical. I have mapped out in each video. See, when Victoria sent me this video, I said 42 minutes and 3 seconds. Quickly did an equation in my head, mapped out every point that I'm going to pause the video. I'm going to use this inflection point here. I'm going to do this here. With that, you know, it's a lot of work.
Questions that you get, and the questions are the same. And we're going to get to that in a second.
It's an art.
If nobody did this in Norway,
it's an art form.
Buy a teleprompter and make these in Norwegian. This is going to get you started on YouTube, on Facebook. People are going to love this. Do you have this in Norway? Please don't leave the room and do it now. But when you leave, if you want to have a YouTube career, Facebook career, something, this is the easiest way to get started.
So in other words, Ed, you know, you might want to work up to it first. You know, try one where you're not actually live, but you just have, you know, your friends around who can watch you at first to see, maybe not yet, Ed, maybe not yet. If anybody, by the way, is not familiar with the long-running joke, that is not funny at all, that Ed has a struggling channel. I've been doing it since the beginning. Every time we do Ed, I say something like, we got to help out this struggling activist. I just feel like there's been some new people on my channel who might be like, what? This guy sounds like a dick. Like, what are you talking shit about Earthling Ed? Like, he's so much bigger than you.
This is it's CO2, and you can order from Amazon and everything. But get this, and you put your iPad in this, and then you have a little keyboard you press with your toe, and then it runs up. You know, a teleprompter, yeah, camera behind, so you can look at people. They're gonna be like, why? How can you be so smart? You can just do all this stuff. We're actually just reading it.
Method now.
So do that. Step it up. Politicians are not from Dragon Ball Z, yeah? You are. But they are not. Politicians are like normal people. They just joined like a youth politician union when they were younger. But they don't know the answers to these questions. So you got to go talk to them. You got to go outreach them. Not just one of them, but all of them. And this is not maybe I'm going to do it or someone else is going to do it. You have to do this, right? Because otherwise, if we were going to do it, somebody already.
Dragon Ball Z used to come on after school. I'd watch it from time to time, but I never got super into it. So I don't know. I'm not recognizing. I tried to be into it. I wanted to be into it. I just couldn't get into it.
We did it, and we wouldn't have this problem anymore. So I'd say this is one thing you can buy as well. So workflow is really important when you do this stuff. This is like 1,500 Norwegian kroners, I think, like 200 euros. And this is wireless sound. So I see a lot of people getting killed when they do video editing because they have to sync the sound. It just takes too long. You just want to have your video file and throw it in the computer when you get home and upload it. So get this for workflow. It's an amazing product. It's a new launch product, and it's always been way more expensive to do this.
Oh, you guys. Please tell me more about how I'm awesome. Please continue. That's a nice compliment. I do think Ed could do these lives very easily. I do. He'd be very good at this. He might not bang his hand on the table enough, though. Like, he needs to do more of that. You know, when you really want to drive home a point, nothing quite does it like that, right?
That's very cheap. If you feel scared about going to the politicians.
And he might not call Alex a raging dumbass, but I will. But we need both approaches. He might. In a live setting, maybe he'd be different.
Just ask questions. Just be like, okay, so I know now that a Norwegian pig has 1 square meters. Do you think that's fair? Can we change that? How do you think we could change that? Probably they all watched Griseindustriens Hemmeligheder. So ask them about this. Make them think about this all the time. So I did that. Not just one of them. But
Sailor Moon also came on. It was like Sailor Moon followed by Dragon Ball Z, or the other way around. So I tried both. Couldn't get into either of them. It was so, like, when I was growing up, I more liked the idea of anime. I liked the style, the art style. And I did like Akira and Princess Mononoke, or whatever it's called. I had a friend who was real into anime, and I really did enjoy watching those movies with him. Those were cool. I just couldn't get into the show. And he was real into Cowboy Bebop too. I tried to get into that also. Again, love the style. Just couldn't devote enough attention to it, I guess.
all of them. I made it my mission to make all of these people think about what happens to the animals. And Michael is the guy behind the camera. So I would just go to Christiansborg. I think in Oslo you have the same thing. You can go to the parliament. We have a pretty safe country, so they just walk from their car.
It's very NPR approved, Lewis. I never conflicted with NPR culture. Never. Yeah, they loved me. To be fair, a lot of people did really like me, I think, in that world. But I did clash with a lot of people.
Or whatever to the main
Not a lot of people, I should say. A lot of upper management people.
gate. But it's the same in Denmark. I'd hunt these people down, man. They have to talk to me. And if I miss them one day, I'm going to come back the next day. So this guy is the greenest politician in Denmark. And he's a really, really nice guy. Like, we are pretty tight now. But back then, this is summer 18. His reason for not doing politics on this stuff is that he...
Last pause for a minute, because I've been interrupting him too much. I just wanted to pause him to say, I've been interrupting too much. Let's focus, guys.
Really like butter. I'm like, you're not from Dragon Ball Z, that's for sure. That's not an argument. You know, I can talk to you. I can convince you of this stuff. Yeah, so I talked to all of them. This is now our prime minister. This is before she became prime minister. But I would hand them flyers, talk to them about this, and they're really nice politicians. Just walk up to them and say, I'm a citizen, I'm really concerned about this, I have a question, can you talk to me about this? And they'll take a second and talk to you, hopefully. Otherwise, just gotta hunt him down. So this guy, the current prime minister at that time, I couldn't get that guy, and I was really going for him, but he has too good of a security detail, I guess. I did talk to people from his wing of politics. So yeah. So you can get lucky sometimes in life, yeah? You stack your luck, but you can get lucky at times, and this happens.
Jakker folketingsår, og det handler om dyrene i år, er det rigtigt? Om dyrene? Grisunger, der bliver slået ihjel i laderne, og hanskyllinger, der bliver blændet, og hanskyllinger, der bliver blændet, og... Hvor vil jeg med bacon? Mener du det? Det er godt, jeg har kamera på, når du siger sådan noget lort, mand. Jeg elsker bacon. Hold kæft, hvor er det sindssygt, at du siger det. Det er for meget.
Yeah. So that was lucky, right? That was very lucky. Because this was the Minister of Food and Environment. So he's the guy who's supposed to protect the animals. Yeah? Then this happened. We went viral everywhere.
Veganerpartiet jo ellers en del opsigt.
Her fra Veganerpartiet.
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 Veganerpartiet og Veganerpartiet. 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 Og Veganerpartiet, som vi så her i indslaget. Veganerpartiet. Veganerpartiet. Veganerpartiet.
Jeg er for så vidt ligeglad med, om Jacob han godt kan lide smagen af bacon eller ej. Jeg føler alligevel, han har et ansvar for de dyr, der er i industrien.
Og jeg synes jo, det vi glemmer meget ofte her i Danmark, det er, at den der aftensmad, vi lige spiser, eller den der sandwich, vi lige spiser, den har et offer. Hvordan kan man retfærdiggøre og gøre det for en smagsoplevelse?
Jeg bliver sgu meget berørt af, at der er nogen, der sådan græder for åben skærm og føler tydeligvis, at vi andre lukker øjnene og ørerne for det. Han inviterede en af Veganerpartiets stiftere.
Vi spørger jo bare, når der er så meget, man kan vælge at spise, hvorfor vælger man så det, som gør mest ondt? Det er det, vi ikke forstår.
For det første så er jeg super ked af, at du underbygger den her diskurs med, at vi har dyrevelfærd i Danmark. Det har vi ikke. Det er så forfærdeligt, det der foregår.
Og derfor må der skrides ind, mener i hvert fald en gruppe veganere.
Men vi glemmer bare dyrene. Hver gang vi har den her snak her, så handler det om mig og dig og kødspisning og så videre. Vi glemmer dyrene.
Men jeg synes også, at det er provokerende, at man behandler dyr, som man gør. Og jeg synes et eller andet sted, når det er det, jeg kæmper for. Og
det her, det handler om, at som er helt konkrete, ender til at passe sammen. Fordi det er jo det.
Som element.
Well done. Couldn't understand any of that except the gainer. Yeah. What shows did y'all get into? I had to pause once, Lewis. I have to justify the point of this live. Can't just let it run. That's called, there's a word for that. That's basically just taking content and, I don't know. Y'all gonna let Jason have it? It's on you guys. You've got 20 minutes of this video plus my interruptions to fight for that #1 spot.
So when Mike and I initially started, we had two main goals. First of all, people need to know when they pick this product out of the store that something is wrong with it. Not necessarily what is wrong with it, but they need to know that something is wrong with it. Because I didn't. That's why I tell, and that's why I'm hopeful for everyone. Because I wrapped my chicken fillets in bacon. I had no idea. For 25 years, we never talked. So I'm from a fairly political family. My mom ran as well when she was younger, and we talked about Israel, Palestine, Syria, Iraq. We talked about everything. We never talked about this. This is just not known in public, at least in Denmark it wasn't. So that was our first thing. Our second thing is we need the journalists to understand that veganism is a viral word. If you write about this, you're going to make money because there's going to be debate. And we need debate because by now we don't need to win everyone over. We just need for them to understand that there's a problem with these products. Because their kids are going to know there's a problem. And kids want to rebel against their families and this good stuff. So Dragon Balls. And
yeah, I'll just make this point. It's completely an opinion. I think that we run from the word vegan at our own peril. I think it's great that we have such a divisive word, vegan. And I think we should scream it from the rooftops. Vegan. Plant-based can suck my dick. Plant-based is fine. Vegan is better.
Then what happens? You become an expert, right? Because you're from Dragon Ball Z, so you know the answers to all questions because you've done the Cube of Truth. So when you go into the studio, this guy is an expert, PhD, something on social movements, but he doesn't know this stuff. So when we get questions in these studios, I can say, so most people think this is the way it is, and I felt the same. But what we found was and they can't argue with this because by this time I probably had maybe 500 conversations about veganism. This is maybe his third, fourth, maybe he has a daughter, maybe it's fifth or sixth conversation. But we know everything, right? And we watched all the Earthling Ed videos, so we become experts. So it changes because before this time, whenever you had something about animal suffering, they'd bring in like a vet from the industry because they're experts on animals, right? Or a vet from a lobbying company or something talking about how animals, it's fine, they're fine, which was the discourse, yeah? We have the best animal welfare in the world. And no matter where you go, that's what people, I bet they say that in Norway as well, right? Yeah. We had Peter Kamström from Spain. They say the same in Spain. They say the same everywhere. We have the best animal welfare in the world. So you become the expert. And this is very important because then now, whenever we talk about animals, they're going to bring in a vegan who's going to give like the perspective of how is the animal experience. Can you check the time? It's good stuff. Let's go. So more Dragon Ball Z stuff. By now, journalists, this is so much against GDPR, I guess. But journalists are going to call you. You're going to get to know people in the media, yeah? So whenever you see a story somewhere, you know the person. You help them make a story. Or we're in their studio. So you can call them and say, I want to comment on this stuff. These pictures can be dangerous. I think you can't show people's phone numbers, can you? Anyway, we're trying to save the animal, and this is not part of our KPI, so we don't care. So we become Dragon Ball Z, yeah? We become even better because now we're not just Dragon Ball Z, but we're Dragon Ball Z with a microphone because now we know the media. Now you know the media because you're going to do this, right?
Look
you're going to do
blurry
this.
to me.
100%. First thing you do is you go by the teleprompter.
I don't understand the Dragon Ball Z stuff.
you do the Earthling Ed videos.
Pretty sure that was Goku, though.
And it all started there. It all started with the conversations. That's very key. I don't think you can do this without conversations. Whenever Michael and I, we see someone on TV who is doing not a poor job, but a normal job, I guess, talking about animals, it's always linked to whether they've done street activism or not. If they haven't done street activism, it's going to be a way different conversation because they're going to be thinking and they're going to be, but if you've done street activism, you're owning the conversation. Because it's not fair, you know, you have thousands of these conversations. It's probably their first conversation. This politician, she went on her Facebook page and said, yeah, I had to leave my work today because they were only serving vegan food, so I had to go somewhere and get like a...
I'll go back to, you know, I've been playing Tomb Raider. Well, I was, and you all thought, I'm sure a lot of you guys thought, Jeremy's just lazy, he's playing video games again. No, it was research for perfecting my British accent. And when I play Cyberpunk, y'all know, if you tune in, the character's name is V. I always say, yeah, I'm V. V for vegan. So it makes it all fine. It's advocacy.
Hot dog. And I'm like, babe, I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to find you.
It's not V for plant-based. It's V for vegan. Right, doggo?
So I did, and you have to do this. Next thing that's going to happen is media's going to start thinking this, wow, these people are actually sacrificing everything to save the animals. That's an interesting story. So that's next step, yeah? When you start making these arguments, people are going to start liking you because they're going to be like, I agree with you. I don't have the same arguments, but I agree with you. I wish I had the same arguments. Quick tip, not CO2, nice, but get a speaker like this. Whenever you go to a demonstration, oftentimes we never use it. But if we are at a demonstration and we have a counter demonstration, we don't want to be Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball Zs have big voices, so get a speaker, yeah? It's just fun. Yeah,
I love his Dragon Ball.
So at this point, it is very important you remember the first rule. What was the first rule that we talked about? It's not about you, okay? It's about your KPI.
I wonder if he knew the audience well. Like, I don't know if I'd use Dragon Ball. Unless I was at, like, you know, a gaming store or something. I don't know if the animal rights crowd's going to get it.
Resistance in the movement is inevitable. Because we have big organizations who've been doing this for many years, and you're gonna come and start challenging status quo, and they're gonna be saying, well, we've been doing this for so long, we're trying this stuff, now you're messing this up, now we were trying to get this deal. And bottom line is, animals are still suffering. And we wanna save the animals today, this year, 2019, not 2015 or 2025, 2015. 2015 would have been nice. Not 2025, 2030, we wanna do it right now, okay? Because in 2025, it's not even gonna be the same animals. It's not gonna be the animals we saw in the barn, they're gonna be way gone. Their kids are gonna be gone, their grandkids are gonna be gone. We can't, we have to do this. Help everyone as much as you can.
And isn't it kind of depressing? Now here we are in 2025. And for years to come, we're just going to keep looking back. Remember what we were saying in 2025? It's got to happen now. Yeah. It'll take some time.
So when I got here, I had a sore throat and everything, but I still offered Carsten to film everything. Because first of all, I'm going to need a favor for you at one day. And then second of all, it's not about you. So I think Carsten is doing really good stuff here. So it's not about me progressing, it's about the animals progressing, right?
What about me, though? Is it about me? Come on, Hendrik. Is it about me?
So if I were to throw this conference, I would have filmed it. So I was like, okay, are we filming this stuff? No copyright. Don't copyright your stuff. Don't be like, I want to be credited. I want all this. Don't. Just be very nice. Because resistance in the movement is inevitable. So you get behind cameras. That's what I do. I do video production. It's very easy. Get into it. It's very easy money as well. So this, for example, this is a nurse in Denmark. You know, I'm a little bit more extreme than a nurse. So initially, they didn't want to work.
It's not Veronica. It's V for vegan when I'm playing.
With us. So I was like, so I see you do these lectures. How about I film one and I give it to you? He was happy about that. Now we are friends. This lecture, he sent this to a lecture management company and he got signed now. So he got signed because of the video we did for him. So it's very, very important to help everyone. It's not about you, it's about the cause. Find your Bible, that's the next thing. This is my Bible. I'm not carrying my Bible, but Michael has some. If you don't have a national Bible on the destruction of animal agriculture, what happens to the animals, all this stuff, go with the IPCC. So the FN, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, they're very tough on this. They want us to start eating animals. They even say that if we don't, everything else doesn't matter. Like electric cars, sustainable energy, it's fine if we get all this stuff. But if we don't stop eating animals, we're not going to solve this problem, yeah? Because it takes up too much land, like I showed you in Denmark.
Yeah.
So read these reports. Don't just read them. Don't be like, oh, Saturday night. Read them, yeah? Outline the stuff that you're going to need because you're going to build your argument because you're going to go on TV and on the radio. You need this stuff. It's going to get tough now, yeah? This is what we're fighting against. There's no small farms anymore. Everything is industrialized. Globalism. You can't have a small farm anymore because you're not going to make any money. Maybe a few, but at least for Denmark, it's 98.9% of pigs are farmed in these industrialized farms. This farm produces, I think, 100,000 pigs a year. But they don't need more space, because we talked about it. It's 0.65 square meters per pig. They are everywhere. This is Denmark. If you see a black spot, you can be pretty sure there are thousands of animals in there. You see there's different sizes. And this is pigs only. If you pick chickens, you're going to have the same. If you pick mink, it's going to be a little bit less, but it's going to look the same. So this is a big problem, yeah. It's everywhere. And this is just the farms, but the area that it takes to feed all these animals, there's more animals that eat. So we focus on food waste. There are more pigs, 3 times more pigs, and they eat way more. They eat 7,000, 8,000 calories a day. So this equation is not going to work with production animals in it. If we want to save the world, it's impossible, yeah? So I'm going to stop myself for a second. On these locations, I'm going to show you what you're going to find if you go there. And I can't tell you that you should go there because that's against the law. So I don't condone any message in this talk, but go there, yeah? So the baby
I don't condone it, but go there.
Steps to going there is not entering, but just looking for, and I'm so sorry about this, the animals outside. Because there are going to be animals outside, because they live like this, right? So they die. They die. Every fourth pig in Denmark never goes to slaughterhouse. It dies in the process. That's millions and millions of animals. I'm sorry about this as well, but you find them like this. They're lying around everywhere, around these barns. And it's not just one, it's all of them, every single one. I've never been to a barn without finding this stuff. We're going to do another one that's a bit tough. Their kids are there as well. The younger the animals are, the faster they die, because the less the industry has spent on them. So the easier it is to kill them, It's going to hurt the balance sheet less. So if you see an animal, you're like, it's not growing fast enough. I know it was showed on the Grisindustriens Hemmeligheder. They bashed the kids against the wall, right? Because they didn't spend any money on these animals, so it's easy to kill them. Doing monologues in front of these garbage cans is very effective. It really is, it really works. But you're like borderline trespassing, so you should be, I don't condone this message, but go. In Denmark, we take all these animals to, and this is what's messy. They don't even lose money because they take them and they make them into biofuel at this facility. So this facility, you have trucks every single day around the clock filled with dead animals. And yeah, there's no incentive to keep these animals alive because by now it's all in Excel sheets. And whenever the number turns red, you kill the animal and you take it somewhere else, yeah? It's about making money. If it wasn't about making money, you'd give them more space. Yeah, you give them better food. You'd have them live longer. They're slaughtered when they're 5 to 6 months old. So even if you have the best practice, and they're bred to grow faster, they make them grow faster, so they have more ribs. So you can have more ribs when you buy them. So even if you have the nicest conditions, they're still going to suffer because it's mutants. It doesn't look like a normal animal anymore. Look at this one. This is a mother sow. They are confined when they have their babies. This is not a normal animal. A pig is not supposed to weigh 300 or 400 kilos, and especially not when it's this young. She's still a baby. Yeah. So we agree they're suffering. There's no doubt about that. They're suffering. We cannot have an argument about this. I think it's even illegal to say they're suffering. I don't know. I think it is in Denmark. It is at least, but I don't give a fuck. It's not a part of my KPI. So they're suffering.
Damn. Is that true? It's illegal in Denmark to say they're suffering?
These pictures go a long way, yeah?
Color me not shocked by that, but that's far.
Yeah, we have a case in Denmark as well where a guy said that the top mink breeders or something part of animal suffering or whatever, and he couldn't say that. He went to court and had to pay some money. I'm going to court as well. So these are the slaughterhouses. It's not a normal little slaughterhouses. They are massive. They take millions of animals every year, tens of thousands every week, and thousands every day. It's trucks driving all the time. You don't see them. Most of them come very early in the morning.
We haven't reached that point yet in the United States, although, let's say it now while we still can.
You can film those with drones either, but go for it.
Say it now. Animals are suffering, just to get it on the record. When they make the laws retroactive, then they throw me in jail for saying that the animals are suffering. You guys, you'll have to support me, okay?
And there's quite some of them in Denmark. We're really bad with this in Denmark. It's really a big problem in Denmark. Like I said, we're the most heavily agriculture industrialized country in the world. And you wouldn't think that Denmark sounds like a green country, right? It's not. They're massive, and this is the mother of all. The biggest slaughterhouse or the...
What's up, Monica? Nice to see you. Thanks for joining.
Biggest capacity slaughterhouse in Northern Europe. More than 5 million pigs every year. So that's...
We're watching a good video right now, Monica, but earlier, not nice. What did we watch? The PETA shit and Alex O'Connor. So if you want to be angry, Monica, scroll back. But if you want to be happy, stay here.
It's a lot. If you were to only take this slaughterhouse and swap pigs for humans in Denmark, it would take you a year to kill all the humans. If you did it with all the slaughterhouses, you'd be doing it within weeks, yeah? It's a lot of individuals. It's a lot, yeah? We don't have time to waste. We can't wait up for 2025 or 2030 or something. It's going to be the kids of the kids of the kids of the kids. But we're not worried about those. We have the animals right now in our hearts, the ones that are stuck right now, yeah? Documented. So you can use Google Drive. I use Dropbox. Supposedly, it's safer. You can do these file requests that supposedly are safer. So a lot of the content we get is our following or people from animal industry. They send us this stuff. So get a Dropbox, build it. So you have, so when something happens, something is going to happen.
Animal agriculture is destroying the environment.
I don't think we have time for this. Okay, so when you get into this stuff, you're going to lose your life, yeah? My relationship.
Damn. Joey comes on the screen. He's like, I don't think we have time for this. Get off the screen, Joey. No, I'm just playing. That's funny.
Lasted
Oops.
for 500 days. We are breaking up now. Pay your parking tickets on time, okay? At some point, you're not going to. You're going to be too messed up to do this stuff, but pay your parking ticket on time. That's a metaphor for keep your life in order as long as you can, yeah? Stay healthy if you can. You saw the pictures in the beginning. So I didn't manage to stay healthy. It wasn't part of my KPI, but if you can, do it.
Why is everybody calling me out for being out of shape? I feel like everybody's just subtly making comments about how I'm not hitting the gym. Lauren did it. Hendrik did it. Neil did it. Everybody's calling me out. It's not fair. I'll do it, okay? I'll run.
Because at some point, your bed it's not going to be your bed. Your bed is going to take you over when this happens. So I thought this was the bad guy. The CEO of the biggest company. It's not, he's just a CEO. He doesn't care. He just want to make money.
He's a bad guy.
This guy is the head of the biggest lobbying company. And those are the people you have to go for. Because
yeah, they're bad guys.
Those are the people spreading the B12 deficiency in kids stories. They're the one taking the stories from Australia and bringing them to Europe. I think it's a very nice testimony to the European activists that they have to use stories from Australia to start a debate, yeah? With that many vegans in Europe, we're not interested in this polarized debate. It's the media. So I really pissed this guy off, like seriously. Because we did, first of all, I'm filming his backyard. And we got into a debate, and I was flat out, you're an animal abuser, yeah? There's no argument in this. You're abusing these animals. And he said, yeah we're very good with our animals because they grow fast. But I'm from Dragon Ball Z. I know these chickens that grow to 2 kilos in 42 days.
But I'm from Dragon Ball Z. So what? I missed the part where he talked about the Dragon Ball, where he set this up.
Bring that up, yeah? He's not even from Dragon Ball Z. He didn't have these conversations anymore.
He's not from. What's the Dragon Ball Z thing that he keeps talking about? I mean, I know the show, but I don't get the reference.
Sued me, yeah. So I'm in the court process at the moment. So that's what I'm saying. This is about your KPI. It's not about you. You got to be careful. Don't live stream from within a barn is one advice I'd give you.
Oh no, I'm live streaming it. Damn it. Ah, shit. I'm getting sued by this fuck. God damn it. I'm innocent. I didn't know.
This is his office, yeah? It's a very, very wealthy organization. It's all taxpayer money, yeah? Because this is the profit from the pig industry. And the profit goes to, and it's heavily subsidized, yeah? Feed production is subsidized by the European Union. When you build a barn, you're subsidized by the government. And even when you slaughter, it's subsidized, yeah? So everything on top, all profits, that's subsidies. And these subsidies, taxpayer money, goes to lobbying organizations that are lying to people and skewing the debate with all these stories that supposedly coffee and alcohol is worse than animal products for the environment. Yeah. So we're in a mess, and that's why I'm not talking about, oh, let's do some activism. It would be nice. I'm like, it's on you. Each and every one of you. You got to do this for yourself, for the animals, for your kids. Because if someone else were to do it, it would have been done, right? It doesn't matter he has this big building because I have this. I have a small studio, and that's enough. And I have a happy face. That's good. I'm this guy. And you're this guy as well. Invest everything.
We are all Goku.
This is not a healthy recipe, right? You get that. It's not a healthy recipe. But you have to do this, okay? This is morally on you, not just to stop eating animal products, but to save the animals. If this was dogs, you wouldn't be here. You'd be out saving them. If you build a house and next door they had trucks of dead dogs going back and forth, what would you be doing? You'd be knocking on the farmer's door. You'd be yelling. If you see a dog trapped in a hot car, you're yelling, yeah? You can break the window. You can do whatever you want. So I'm sorry for this last slide, yeah? I really am. Because I'm going to take you where I am, okay? This is not true. You shouldn't speak up for animals the way you want to be spoken for. Because they don't want you to speak for them. They want you to come find them and take them out, right? Because if you start speaking for the animals, you're not going to save them. It's going to be the kids, or it's going to be the next generation. You know what I mean? Like, You have to do this. You really have to do this. There's nothing that's more important, not your work, not your nothing, not your new TV. So one thing is that the environment, and it's good that the animals pollute, because otherwise it wouldn't be impossible to save them, right? Because people don't have the empathy, or people do have the empathy, but the industry is very strong. And like me, they are conditioned, so they wrap their chicken in bacon and they don't know. One advice I'd give you, and this is very hard. It's very, very hard to do this, but see if you can find someone to go on the journey with you. It's not on them. You're not a team. It's still on you. That one person. You have to do this. But see if you can find someone, because you're going to go to dark places. This is tough. I think the toughest thing is when you want to save the animals and you go and document it, and you realize that no matter what you do, the animals that you've just seen in the barn, you're not going to save them. It's impossible. When you close that door, that's the last time you see these thousands of individuals. They're going to die. And they're going to be thrashing around when they die. It's not a nice death. It's not a nice life. That's very hard, yeah? You're going to need someone to talk to when this happens. I have Michael. I'm very happy. You're not going to take him because you're not going to take him. Maybe Carsten or Samuel would be a nice guy to get in touch with when this happens. So that's it. It seems ridiculous that I'm asking you to do this, but I'm not asking you. I'm begging you to do this.
Henrik Vindefeld. Wow, what a guy. That was very powerful. I think that was interesting that he started to break down there at the end. I like it because it just showed how much he cared. We're very lucky to have this guy.
You have to do this. It's the biggest injustice on our planet. And when you become the guy from Dragon Ball Z, nobody can stop you. You can save the animals, you know. Each and every one of you can save all the animals. It's just a matter of if you choose to do it. It's not a healthy recipe. I think you should eat that cake. Thank you very much.
Awesome. What a guy. All that passion, all that energy. Also, you know, I'll comment on people's looks when they're looking good. Handsome fella, charismatic. We're lucky to have him. Well done. Great recommendation there, Victoria. That was awesome. That was, yeah, that was a good one. That was a great one. That's why Victoria got modded. Oops, wait, hang on. I almost sent the wrong thing. Let me do the link. Oh, man. That was fun. Maybe one of these days we should I should invite people. Like I could have you on, Victoria. You could react. Maybe we should do that. I see that the length of time I've done it now. 4 hours, 16 minutes. All right. Well, just because it'll be a nice round number if we hit 420. Let's hit 420. So that means we're going to do the award ceremony, and we got like 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes to do it. This is where we honor the greatness, the inspirational, moving moments that you guys brought to the table today. Oscar music, no copyright. Here it is. Wait. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong thing. Sorry. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Here we go. All right. You got the skills, Victoria. You got them. All right. Let's see who gets the honor. I haven't even looked. Did someone come from behind and overtake Jason? Let's find out. Find one of my many tabs. They did not. They did not. But we have a 3-person tie for bronze. Whoa. We've got some new people to honor. We got Nilf. Nilf snuck in there. You know, Nilf always sneaks in. Nobody's safe around Nilf. He snuck in there. Brett. First time in the top 3, Brett. And Victoria. Wow. Victoria shot up that 3rd place line with her great recommendation of Henry. And who came in number 2? None other than Felix. Yes, he did. This is no stranger. Let me phrase that in a way that makes sense, using human language. Felix is no stranger to the top 3. In fact, he's done it at least 3 times. He's even won. Yeah, he's ended up at the top. But today, while Felix was so close to that top line, today belonged to Jason Gutt. Jason Gutt, your greatness is beyond great. The greatness, it grates. It even grates a little how great you are. It's a little grating, Jason. I'm just kidding. You're amazing. That's what you are, Jason. You injected 300 XP right into my veins, Jason. And along with Felix's 275 and Victoria, Brett, and Nil's 225, I am rolling in XP right now. I am high on XP. I don't even know what's happening. Too much XP, honestly. Listen. Take the XP down a little bit. Oh shit, I'm on 420. I'm past 420. That means we gotta end. All right, I'm gonna try to work off this XP high. Maybe I'll see some of y'all later if I game. I don't know if I'm gonna. Y'all, thank you so much. Hit the like, subscribe, and the bell notification. All 3 of them. Today we're gonna go for all 3. I know you can do it. Bell, like, subscribe. I can. You can. I've got 15 seconds to end it on a 420. Good night, everybody. Good night. Good night. Next time we'll get your speeches. Thanks, guys. Love you all.